can they actually redeem themselves with additional for a fact that now they're representing WEC for Turkey for region themselves.
You certainly seem quite passionate about it.
Kinda. I'm like happy for the redemption.
Quite a long ramble there. There's a lot of information here. But it's all important information because you're right? Turkey, even though compared to Indonesia, definitely has a little less experience here. Is also a dedicated team themselves, right? There's a lot of these regions who don't have as strong of an ecosystem, who maybe aren't as notable in terms of like official esports organizations. But Turkey is foot esports. For anyone who watched MWI, they are a team that actually caught our attention a little bit, despite not really being under the radar of the international community before then. And this is going to be a bit of a revenge story because they'll be getting the chance to go up against Team Indonesia once again. Now no longer representing as their organization's banners, but the banners of their entire regions.
Entire country, Turkey itself. So the question is, can they actually learn again or redeem themselves from all the mistakes they've done? Because talking about how Indonesia team, yes, experience-wise, they serve very well. But then again, can they actually manage to learn from the 6 months that has already been gapped out from the MWI? Again, welcome to the WEC 2025. Here and now, we're going to go to the second series.
Let's go. We've got the walk-ins prepared, the teams. Let's bring him up.
Yep. Looking forward for our first team for the walk-in is going to be the Team Turkey. Looking for the redemption story. Can they make it right here to say, Indonesia, you stop us once. This time, you will not grant any more blockage for us to go to the playoff right here. WEC 2025.
In the other corner, facing off against Team Turkey, is none other than the dominators of women's MLBB, the queens of the ecosystem, who have become the team to beat, the obstacle that stands in the path of every other squad, every other region here. It is Team Indonesia!
Right, as we commemorate the start of our second series, Fist Bump is definitely the one and only to say, we respect you, let's have a good, fair and square, clean fight between each other. There you have it, both teams getting warmed up, rising off their own momentum right here to start off the game.
I think that compared to the first match of the day, we're going to definitely see sparks fly just a little bit more this time around. Both teams have had experience up on the international stage. And while there may be a little bit of a gap when you compare both sides, they've already proven that they are capable of coming up with strategies and gameplay necessary to come out on top.
Oh, definitely. So I think very much we saw from the team of Food Esport itself, they had a really good start when it comes to MWI for the group stage itself. The only problem is that once they actually survive to the playoff, and we talked about it even among ourselves for the casters, right? The next day, which is the playoff day itself, they only have one life. The moment you actually qualified all the 8 teams, if you lost the first match itself, you're done. You're done for good. You're already saying like, okay, goodbye, thank you MWI. Moving forward, those who actually survive it out, they will go straight away to the grand finals. And Indonesia team, it's such a chronic situation for Team Turkey itself that they had to meet Indonesia from the start. And it's like a deja vu here at the WEC as well. For their start of the group stage, they had to meet again Team Indonesia.
Yeah, this is a team with a lot of potential to be the dark horses of the tournament. And I'm sure a lot of people look at the circumstances and already think, ooh, this is a bit of an unfortunate grouping.
Yeah.
We already know that only the top team from each group does get that direct ticket to playoffs. But I think it's also a little bit unfair to completely count out Team Turkey at this point. Yes, the odds are stacked against them, but that is where we get the best underdog stories. And I believe this is a lineup, this is a squad that is capable of writing those stories in the first place. So I'm really looking forward to the types of drafts and heroes that we will be seeing here.
Yeah, definitely. I think if we are talking about Turkey on its own, right, because we don't have much threats from themselves because they are newly here for the WEC as well, we can only actually hold on to the MWI previous performance itself. They did a great managed job for the grouping itself. But looking forward from the side of how they managed to qualify from Turkey itself, because there's a reason why from MWI they had their own qualifier for their region. Turkey itself, they were the first one. They managed to take the champion, shutting down Kara Esports. Now, that shows how much potential it is inside the hands of our Turkey players. The question is, now meeting off with those who are already experienced, talking about Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines itself, and this is what we've talked about on MWI. They had to meet off with Onyx Philippines, and they were taken down to the lower bracket for the group stage itself. But they did manage to pick up themselves, and they did qualify for the top 8. With the 6-month gap between the MWI, which is last July to December, this is the timeline they have to actually revamp themselves, relearn, redeem, and as well as learn from all the mistakes they've done from the MWI, put it right here for WEC. Like we talked about, this is the new beginning. It could be a new beginning, or it could be a beautiful ending for 2025 to bring to 2026.
That is true. If they're going to be able to create an impact here, that would certainly be a gift to send themselves in the future. But first, they have to take the steps needed to make it there. And as you mentioned, right, they have had some time. Yes, their end result at MWI probably wasn't what they were hoping for, but it was still beyond expectations of a lot of people at the time. I expect that this is a team who has already demonstrated a lot of passion, a lot of excitement for being able to represent their region, for being able to reach the heights that they have achieved, and are hungry to go even further.
I really hope that with the hunger, the moment that they know for a fact that we want some achievement under our belt as well. We want to be as well known, just like the rest of the players that have already created, making history for themselves, like Indonesia teams like Vivian as the mother of tanks, Chini as the MVP of MWI. They are looking for, as you talked about, they are the rising of the dark horse, and this is the story that we talked about, how sometimes underdog stories can be such beautiful storyline to build up from the teams that are quite amateur, but yet they are trying to be the pro players here in the scene of MLBB.
I think Team Turkey has definitely gone past the level where they are an amateur team. They've already shown up on the international stage. They've proven that they're capable of being contenders. So going into this, while they're not necessarily the favorites, they definitely cannot be underestimated. And I'm also personally interested to see how well Team Indonesia has adjusted to the brand new meta, because they are the defending champions of WEC, they were the champions of MWI. But the strategies that were used back then, no longer as prevalent now. What is going to be the new stuff they bring to the table?
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look back from our first series draft, right? I think pretty much that we've seen this already. We've already saw how Malaysia team versus Iran, it's particularly the same pattern that we saw, prioritizing on the fighter lanes as well, fighter for the gold lane as well. And then they have such a great macro team style to put out to Team Iran compared to Team Iran. There are certain things that they kind of overlook to a point that they need a hero that can actually grab. Those are the crucial things that if only they actually... Maybe there's a possibility, because we talked about how Gatot Kaca keeps on being prioritized by Team Iran. Maybe that is they're playing over their comfort zone, their signature heroes, and this is something that kind of needs to be improved more for the rest of the teams, not just from Team Iran, but for the rest of the girls' teams as well. They need to actually monopolize every single hero pools, and this is coming from Team Indonesia. We saw how they are very flexible with any kind of heroes.
Yeah, very flexible team, strong hero pool, very solid micro and macro skills. You got to be able to achieve a certain level of mastery in all of these factors in order to reach the heights that Team Indonesia has in women's MLBB. So I expect them to continue showing off those qualities here, even if the meta is a little bit different than the last time we saw them. And I personally do think it's actually good for teams to have their own personal playstyles and their own personal hero pools. But before you're able to reach those points, you do gotta make sure your foundation is at a level where you will be able to match up with international opponents.
Ooh, well, take a look on our map for our second series first round of the day. We got Expanding River for our first map. I mean, we talked about how the fact that Flying Clouds doesn't give much impact, but then we move into Dangerous Gas, where Hilda was really prominent from the Team Malaysia itself. Such great usage of the hero itself for their own lineup. And now coming into Expanding Rivers, what are you looking forward to right now, Steph?
Well, Expanding Rivers is the map that facilitates the most early game rotation. It supports teams that are already known for being able to move around the map very quickly, support the side lanes, and start contesting objectives. So this is already an additional factor adding on to the difficulties of Team Turkey, because we know that Team Indonesia likes to do these sort of things. It is a map that favors their style of play, so we definitely cannot count out Turkey, since they can be quite aggressive if they have the right comp.
Agree, definitely. Now, looking on the first ban phase, Jushin will be the first one to be taken out by Indonesia as well, Eve. I know for a fact that we don't like Jushin. Jushin, with the fact that you'll be able to pick off. I like the idea that some of the casters will say that if you have Jushin, you will deny the movement, the mobility of a hero that uses their feet to walk around the map. So Jushin like to pick off those kind of people, those kind of heroes that have probably can catch up and just pick them up and straight away give the opportunity for team fight to just gang up against that hero. So Jushin is some heroes that needs to be taken out from the proportion. On the other side of Team Turkey, they took out Chi-Chi, and we know for a fact Chi-Chi is such a good flex when it comes to EXP and even goal lane. We've seen so far from the history itself, very good hero to be picked off as well.
Looks like they'll also ban out the Baxia, so already targeting some very interesting things. I do actually like the ban on Baxia because this is a hero that already rotates the map very quickly. So if you add on the Expanding Rivers as well, he becomes very oppressive in the first couple minutes.
Yeah. And I know for a fact that the signature heroes coming off from Team Turkey, right? If we see from the past of MWI, they love to prioritize Gacha Kacha, just like how Team Iran did just now. So my question is that going to be the same case? Because most of the fight that we see that actually was very fruitful or successful on the side of Team Turkey when they have Gacha Kacha or even Farsa to be prioritized. Now the question is, now Indonesia prioritized to actually take down Hilda, even though Hilda might be very also fruitful on the Dangerous Gas, but on rotation as a roamer as well, this actually gives so much movement and it will deny the areas that junglers want to expose or even get into for the contest of the buff. Do you agree on that?
Yeah, it also tends to be a hero that allows you to read a little bit about what they're thinking.
Oh,
because you banning the Hilda means you probably want to play an assassin, right? And so far there hasn't been any assassin bans, so Lancelot, Hayabusa is still there. You could even go Yi Sun Shin to keep things more open. So Turkey, they're gonna keep it open. They ban out the Grok instead.
Wow. So much of the tankiness, sustainability, but it seems that it's going to be Indonesia to actually get Gacha Kacha as the first pick itself. Now it's going to be open for Team Turkey. I thought about how Team Turkey prioritized on the Gacha Kacha instead, but here on out, they can still be able to actually take the first assassin jungler if they want to go in or out, or they can actually just pull out for their mid lane first. They want to actually go out for maybe Farsa, because those are the hero priorities that they are quite signature to for Team Turkey itself. Or are they actually trying to actually play along and say like, let's play for the sustainability heroes first? What do you think?
I think you don't usually put out sustain heroes first.
Right?
You want to prioritize heroes that do things that no other heroes are capable of. That's why the Gatot gets picked up so early on nowadays. It's a very easy hero to open the map and disengage if necessary. But that's a very interesting combo coming out from Turkey already. The Angela comes in with the Esmeralda, so trying to take away one of the Angela counters by picking them together. But a very quick response from Indonesia as well. If you want to counter an Esme, Lunox going to be a very good bet.
Not such a good pick coming out from Indonesia, but Lancelot, like you talked about, is quite open to eventually picked out, and Indonesia says that might as well just pick out the assassin straight away right here before being denied for the second phase of the banning. So now we are seeing such great rotation, such great movement coming up from Indonesia for their hero picks, with AOG in the hands for the Gatot Kaca, even Lunox, such great escape mechanism for itself as well, such great movement around for itself as well. So it doesn't have much, how do I say, challenge for the team of Indonesia to just surround themselves and have a good fight with Team Turkey. Now, Team Turkey, they have to have a good response coming off against Team Indonesia.
If you're dealing with a Gatot Lunox, you already have a very difficult time controlling the mid lane, especially if you intend to field a mid lane Angela as well. That means that Turkey needs a roamer with good wave clear and the ability to match up to the sustain coming in from Gatot and Lunox. There's not a lot of those left in the pool. We might need to see them look at things like the Cho, since they would also be a good solution to the Lance. For now though, they will lock in the Hayabusa first, since they're definitely not going to have access to him if they continue leaving the jungle open after this.
Oh, kind of true though. I think that pretty much prioritized coming in from both teams itself. They know that when it comes to the second phase, they don't want to actually be taken out too much of the pool to be scale even more down. So now they prioritize more sustainable, and they have like mobility wise as well. And I know for a fact that we've seen how Iran had picked Angela as well as Hayabusa. It didn't go in their favor because how much of aggression that was done by Team Malaysia. But if Turkey can play around with having Elsmerada's sustainability, that could actually give a lot of chance for Team Turkey to just come off with a quad shadow, with a shadow kill to go to the back line as well to take down Lunox. But the question is it going to be fast enough to shut down Indonesia?
And it's difficult because in the first place, Lunox counters Hayabusa. Having the brilliance around just helps you deal with a lot of things. And while I do like the idea of picking Angela and Esme together, I do wonder whether it's something that Team Turkey could have actually left off for later in the draft, because now they don't have as much access to the more priority hero picks in the meta. By going for this, hopefully means that they have some more flexible options in the second half of the draft.
I hope so. But now looking on the face of banning, Hylos been taken out as well as Yuzong. We know for a fact that with the Glory of Pathway, it actually kind of give a lot of easy access for Team Turkey to go to the back line. So those are the things that kind of crucial, and I like the idea that how Indonesia is denying it for the Team Turkey itself.
It makes you wonder what Indonesia is planning to grab here. I really like the export ban coming in here from Team Turkey. This already indicates to us that they actually want to play more of a tanky lineup, which makes sense since you already have the Esmeralda and you will probably need the one more frontliner. And Exborg is one of the direct counters to something like an Angela as well, since you want to put that hero up against tankier options. Arif are going to be the final ban from Indonesia.
I think, yeah, I kind of know for a fact that Haris is also a signature hero coming from Turkey as well. But we know for a fact that both of the two heroes that has been banned off, if it is coming into a combo between Harith as well as Hylos, it's not really a good positioning for Team Indonesia as well. So there are possibility that Indonesia is reading alongside of not just the signature heroes of Turkey, but the strategy that will be put out by them.
Thinking about what Team Turkey will want to grab here, the Cho is still an option. Again, they need a fast clearing roamer that ideally has a little bit of reliable crowd control as well, since they don't really have a way of locking down the Lancelot. And well, that does fit the bill. The Kaca gonna be locked in by Turkey.
I like the fact that Kaja, it is kind of a pick-off hero, can be able to actually drag off with the skill itself. So the possibility of Turkey trying to actually maybe separate either one of the heroes from Indonesia as well. Even though it's not going to be easy, because we talked about how Lancelot, escape mechanism with Puncher, as much as possible, he will be able to flee away as quickly. So this is the question is, Turkey, who you want to grab out? And not only that, we talked about how Lunox mobility-wise, escape mechanism is also very crucial as well. So KAZAKHSTAN-wise, yes, clearing wave is good, but catching off is still hard. But going into Indonesia right now, they clear off for the 2 last heroes. It's going to be Ruby with all odds.
Even though Indonesia doesn't have access to heroes like the Yi Sun Shin, because they have the Lancelot and Lunox together, that's already enough late game scaling to enable double fighter side lane. And since they know that Turkey wants to play pick-off with the Divine Judgment and Heart Guard, then just set up a lineup where it's very difficult to pick any single person off, and their team fighting and skirmishing is going to be very solid overall. The formation of their squad is a little bit difficult to pull off, but the team has the experience to do so.
But for the last hero is going to be picked off, Lapu for Team Turkey. Looking on the side of Indonesia drafting, I know for a fact that we are seeing a kind of well-rounded of hero pools lineup for Indonesia. Compared to Team Turkey, they had a really good pick-off from the 3 heroes to start off for the first pick. But then going into the second phase, I kind of feel like their response to Indonesia is much more like a desperation for, say, like, we need to shut down, we need to find a way to actually shut down some of the players from Indonesia. KAZA-wise, yes, you talked about how the clearing wave might be a good answer for it. But again, they don't have that capability to actually hold out the mobility that is inside the Indonesia team.
Yeah, that's the difficult part. You only have 1 Divine Judgment, and there's a lot of high mobility heroes on the opposite side now. Not to mention that despite both teams going for double fighter side lane strategies, Turkey is the one that probably needs to win early because they just don't have as much scaling in comparison due to this Angela mid lane. But ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is about time for us to kick off our second match of day 1 here at WEC 2025. It's gonna be Team Indonesia going up against Team Turkey.
Let's go. This is our second series, first round for our 2 teams. Best of 3. Those who actually get to 0 will move on to get the best points, and those who actually get the most point from their grouping will be the first one to go automatically to the playoff. But looking on so far right now, Team Food, they need to be very aware of Indonesia movement, right? Because we know for a fact, like, yeah, got Nora right here, trying to make sure that he'll be able to actually do some, at least stealing away some of the players' movement or dragging it into the corner so that Team Turkey can do some team fight or team damage. But is it going to be enough? Because Indonesia-wise, too much high mobility heroes in their hands. They have a way to actually just escape any ways that to be picked off by Team Turkey.
Now, we do have to highlight that KAZA isn't only a Divine Judgment bot. He does actually offer some utility in that passive off of his Ring of Judgment here, where he does slow down damage coming out from Team Indonesia. So if the fight lasts long enough, that could build up. But at the same time, Indonesia is perfectly happy to take longer skirmishes.
The thing is, right now, we see the difference coming in from Team Malaysia, right? They pretty much prioritize on fast-paced game. Indonesia-wise, they are kind of a little bit more strategic. Contra comes through, not going to get anything. Contra comes in, but still, they're just picking off a little by little, trying to actually tease away from both sides of the teams, whether or not Food, trying to actually bait out, are they going to go in all out? Now, Nora goes in for the front side. Vivian just backs off with the Taunt as well, and Heart Guard comes through. Unfortunately, seems that Little might be engaged right here.
Looks like Vival's going to jump back into it. Vival secures Turtle. Kujo goes down. City picks up first blood in the back line. They're going to see if they can find anyone else, but Turkey will be able to back off. They'll cut their losses there.
I think pretty much we see that quite the fast-paced fight coming in from Team Indonesia itself, and Team Food, they kind of try to play around with it, but ended up it goes into the favor of Team Indonesia. Now, Team Turkey somehow, I feel like they're playing by the cards or playing by the games of Indonesia movement itself, and even with Vival, couldn't actually be taken out or even try to be grabbed out. Again,
Nora's in trouble.
Yeah.
Darkening comes out from the taunt. Not quite enough to finish off the KAZA. You can see that the slowdown level 4 is really messing with Turkey's game plan.
Well, even from the start itself, Indonesia is pretty much playing by their own rotation, by their own game.
Oh, they get another taunt right into the AOG. Nora has no way of escaping, no flicker available. The rest of the team's coming here to back her up. Hardguard comes out, is surrounded. Vivian, a little bit too deep, gets punished for that. Looks like Unohana wants to chase down Cindy as well. Still has Bravest Warrior, jumps forward. Flicker comes out, final slash from Fumieko, pushes them into the tower, chases down Zendaya, and finishes off the Angela.
That is such a clean fight indeed coming in from Team Indonesia. Great fight from the side of Turkey as well. They do somehow try to actually push forward, try to actually make sure that they will fight or try to actually make sure Indonesia comes into their hands. But ended up Indonesia had the better upper hand.
They did manage to turn that around pretty well, though. Indonesia initially got a great catch onto Nora. Speaking of catches in the bot lane, they're trying to gank Fumieko. 3 people on 1. Puppet on the string, gets the lockdown in Arlen. No final slash. Fumieko not going to be able to sustain out of this one.
I think pretty much we see the gang up comes through, and Fumieko was actually playing off too much to a point that he thought that she would actually get away with it, but 3v1 definitely not in the favor of Fumieko, but good try comes out right. But this is going to be the second turtle. Let's see if Team Foot will have to save us.
Divine Judgment, they caught Cindy. Brilliance comes out though. I'm not sure if that's the target they wanted. Here comes Bravest Warrior. Event comes out. AOG gets cancelled. Revitalize comes out. Cindy not going to be able to survive though. Vivian does catch up in time. Unfortunately, Unohana a little bit too far forward, so the Lapu Lapu goes down. They get the CC in. Final slash only catches 1. Mieko just barely able to get away. The retribution already used on the Esmeralda. That means that Kujo might be able to go in for the steal. The turtle gets reset slightly, and now the CC comes out on Hayabusa. Jumps back in. Kujo with the turtle steal and Heartguard keeping him alive just long enough. Unfortunately, Hayabusa does end up going down, and Mieko unfortunately falls as well. Vival picks up the double kill in return.
Oof. Great composure coming here from Indonesia. Such contest comes through, and in the fact that Team Turkey does have their respawn, but somehow it wasn't able to actually maneuver the casualty to the side of Indonesia. Now, looking on the side of economy-wise, definitely is in the favor. Even though with 1,000 or even 2,000 the lead for Team Indonesia, they have 2 items already built up. Or Lunox as well as Lancelot on the side of Team Foot. However, it's still not that much of a gap. They still can be able to pull through if they can maintain the position.
So far, things are not too far off, but Nora gonna get caught once again. AOG comes out, but able to dash over the wall just in time. Kujo here as well. Indonesia not able to find that pick-off.
I mean, they are forcing it just a little bit too much to a point that it's a bit risky coming in from the side of Turkey. So hopefully, they do not force it too much to a point that Indonesia gets the upper hand.
Yeah, definitely. They gotta be careful of that, but so far, I am seeing very good rotations coming out of Team Turkey. They know they're playing pick-off, they know they gotta play around Nora. The Kaja still hasn't died yet.
Kajas haven't died at all so far. It completely coming in from him, but then again, I feel like Nora needs to find a way to actually drag up at least one of the players in Indonesia so that it can be an opening for Team Turkey itself. And that's what they're looking for right now. No matter how much they try to actually push out Shell, somehow it's not going to be easy because Shell is guarding herself very well.
Yeah, good positioning there from the Ruby. Is aware of a suspicious movement from Turkey and knows that the Kaja isn't showing on the map. Unohana also going to be popping the Bravest Fighter but not catching anyone with it.
And the fact that Team Turkey, again, just playing into the hands of Team Indonesia. This is going to be the third turtle for them to contest it out. So far, they're just picking off just a little bit, trying to actually tease out that turtle. And Team Food, they know for a fact that 4 players of Indonesia is already stacked up for the mid lane. 1 turret has already been still out. So far, Team Food, they still have a way to control this Land of Dawn.
Yeah. So far, the goal difference still not that big, which means that even though Indonesia are holding on to a slight lead, Turkey are not out of the game. Oh, I'm offended. Misses in the mid lane. Mieko, though, going to be ganked by 3. Final slash comes out. Mieko goes down. Bravest Fighter comes through as well, but Indonesia has already backed off and reset their position for the turtle. Now a 5v4 situation.
5v4 situation. Nohana trying to find a way, but Mieko comes through, but at the same time, Shell goes out to Nora.
Heartguard being considered. But Indonesia doing a great job of maintaining distance. Vival secures the turtle, and they're not going to force anything more than that.
They're not going to be able to secure more than that, but it's going to be enough for them, though. They'll be able to actually zone out every movement of Team Foot to a point that Team Turkey doesn't even have a way to break off that rotation.
Yeah, but so far, still not the worst. The only hold on in the bot lane. Final Slash comes out. Kujo in trouble. Already takes the quad shadow. Not able to get out, but Fumi Echo dies to the tower. Zinni, though, making up for it. Flickers behind tier 2 to pick up Zendaya.
I mean, a little bit of diving composition coming in, but then again, still enough though to have that 2-1 in the hands of Indonesia. And now, pushing on through, they still have so much discipline coming in to defend that turret. But turret, the top lane, just a little bit more further if they can push in. And somehow, Chell will be able to get the first turret right here at the bottom.
Indonesia slowly but surely building up their advantage on the map. They're aware that Turkey needs multiple players together to actually make anything happen. And that gives them a lot more freedom to play with.
Yeah, then definitely we see, like, again, the fast draft take coming in from the side of Indonesia, right? The gap of the economy-wise is not that much. 2,000 of the gold lane, that gives a lot of the itemization for Team Indonesia, but Team Turkey, again, they're quite disciplined on their rotation, they're quite disciplined on their own mechanism. That's how it gives them so much of an opportunity to just control this movement for Team Indonesia.
Some poking happening here in the river. Vival finds the kill on Mieko in the bot lane alongside Zinni, but that means Turkey knows they have the numbers here, but the AOG comes in! I'm offended, sets them up, it's a double kill for Fumi Echo as Indonesia bites back hard. 3
teams somehow was able to actually beat it off somehow, and now we're moving in. Seems that Indonesia will have the upper hand. Nuro somehow gonna go all in out for the final slash.
2 flickers gonna be forced out here just to get Turkey out of that situation. They lose their mid tier 2. Holy defense gonna be gone in the mid inhibitor as well. Indonesia instantly transitions to the Lord.
Transition to the Lord. The middle turret right now holding on to life. 1 lifeline left. Unless if the Lord marches in, it might actually opens the gates for Indonesia to infiltrate Turkey. And Turkey somehow started out really good to control composition, but now they started to falter just a little bit more.
And this is the concern I talked about. Turkey does need to be leading in the early stages because their late game just doesn't quite add up comparatively. And since Indonesia is already leading by a pretty good margin now, it's going to be very difficult for them.
It is difficult, definitely. And the fact that, yeah, you did manage to actually steal away the bottom lane for the turret itself, but Lord is going to march in. Right now, we do see for the plays of Indonesia goes in for the top lane.
Bravest Fighter comes out. Heart Guard can be used as well. He gets taunted in. Final Slash pushes them out as well. Revitalize can be used. Flicker forward. In trouble. Shell actually gets punished. Going too deep. Turkey finds 1 kill. Gets the stun on Fumi Echo once again. The cooldowns are running out on Indonesia. They're not going to be able to continue this. But Vivian re-engages. AOG comes in. Gets the knock up on Mieko. But do they have enough damage? Here comes the last Final Slash! From Fumi Echo gets 3! Sets them up. Zinni with a double kill. They find another one as well. Vival finishes off 1 more. Only Kujo left standing on the side of Team Turkey as the full force of Team Indonesia now pushes straight into the base alongside the Lord. Will Kujo be able to clear this up in time? Looks like the answer is yes. At the very least, they'll keep themselves alive for now. But Indonesia is still pushing in. Oh, you shadow kill comes on Vival. Iframe. Shadow kill survives Final Slash. Nearly gets the kill. Kujo going back in, gets the pick up on Fumi Echo. But is it enough? The crystal is wide open. They're going in for it. But Team Turkey has held the line.
Oh, wow. Just in the nick of time, the moment when they know for a fact only Kujo was the survivor that was able to actually defend it wise. The rest of the teams was able to actually spawn back and give back hope for the team of Turkey. Indonesia lost 4 players, but now they need to be more disciplined. It kind of opened a little bit of the door for Team Turkey to actually goes in for the turret. But is it going to be enough time though? They do go in for the invitation. They invade to get the buff. Somehow, are being denied by Shell.
Shell can be pulled forward. Did manage to steal the purple buff away, but loses her own life in exchange. I don't think that's worth it.
Yep, that is so not worth it. Trying to survive it out, trying to make sure that at least the buff will not be seen by Team Turkey. But then again, it is going to be a reset for Team Indonesia. They've done a lot of damage already, getting up the opening for the middle turret as well, for the inhibitor turrets. And the fact that the top turret as well, just a little bit more, might be able to tease out to take down. And somehow, 3 players of Team Food looking forward to actually go in for a fight with Vival, but Vival already had awareness coming in.
Good positioning here. Team Indonesia so far has been able to move across the map with awareness that there could be a Kaja hiding behind every corner. Vival could be in some trouble here. going to be isolated from the rest of our team, but I don't think Turkey is going to full commit to this because another fight is happening in the backline with Mieko.
The fact that, you know, they are trying to make sure that all the fight attention coming in from Team Turkey needs to be very aware, needs to be alert on every single situation that's done. And now they're moving in for the second slot as well.
Hard guard comes out once again on the Lapu. Indonesia trying to fight this. Final Slash only finds one. AOG gets cancelled out as well. Fumieko is the first one to go down. Revitalize could not save her. And now the rest of Turkey is just pushing forward and making use of the heals coming out of Zendaya to keep themselves in the fight. But they've already run out of hard guard timing, and they do still have waves pushing. They can't continue this.
They can't continue this. No matter how much they try to actually find a way to actually push down to Team Turkey, somehow they were able to actually rotate around, try to actually negate everything that was done already. So Team Indonesia didn't find a way. Nora somehow going in for the front line and will be beat off with Unohana.
Divine Judgment once again on Shell. And Tido gets out to kill. I'm offended. Flicker going to be used, keeping Turkey in place, but Hardguard comes out once again. They're going for the full 5-man fight. Nora dropping low. Phantom Execution misses. Cine comes in from behind with the Darkening. Kucho in trouble. Vivian goes down, but they've lost their Hayabusa in exchange. They're now trying to keep Indonesia around. In the meantime, Shell is mid lane. Nora goes down. It's a double kill for the Lunok. But Turkey, you gotta keep an eye on your mid lane. There is a Ruby pushing into your base right now. City goes down. It's a killing spree for Unohana, but the crystal is exposed. Turkey has left the back door open, and despite their best attempts to defend it earlier, it goes down to a simple backdoor play. Team Indonesia takes game 1.
Again, talking about how need to be alert for all the surroundings. They were alert when they went to try to go in for a fight with Rival, but then again, the moment they were crucial to actually contest for the lot, before the lot comes in for the second lot dance, ended up they forgot to actually hold on to the crystal, leaving out it so open that Shell going up for the back door, getting the first win for Indonesia.
That is such an unfortunate blunder there. Now, of course, it was a bit difficult for them to make it back to the base in the first place because Indonesia would have been trying their best to stop them. But it did feel like they were a little bit distracted, maybe a little overexcited because they did actually make a pretty big reversal with that first base defense.
Agreed, definitely. I think we were pretty much focused on Unohana previously because that was the key. That was the game changer that's coming up from Team Turkey. There were really high hopes on Unohana to make the change, takes down 2 players. Cine was the one to actually have so much potential to survive it out, but ended up was taken out by Unohana. But again, they were too focused on that mid fight. In the end, it kind of exposed. We talked about how they were already in expose of the opening of the door for the middle turret itself. The first middle turret was taken out already, so that's kind of opened a way for Indonesia to just shut down Team Turkey. And they were not really aware of the situation.
But it was definitely a closer match than I think a lot of us would have expected because in the first few minutes, Team Turkey was putting up a strong fight. They unfortunately couldn't make use of that level 4 timing because Indonesia specifically made sure that Nora couldn't have access to Divine Judgment by the first turtle fight, but they still kept the goal difference pretty close. And even when it seemed like the goal difference had grown a bit too big to handle, they were still able to make a reversal. It's just unfortunate that the game came down to a backdoor play.
Agreed, definitely. I think we do want to give a highlight as well to Crystal as well. The only one to survive it out while the Crystal was trying to be contested by Team Indonesia. And we had like a little bit of technical issues where the screen was just went blank and we had to just watch from the behind side to see what was going to happen. But great job coming up from Turkey to actually be first back everything that was happening, and they managed to defend back their own base and still down 4 players of Indonesia and then push them back away from their own crystal. But again, that was only for a moment, just for a moment, and then once the reset was done, Indonesia was back on their feet.
I feel like if Team Turkey was a little bit cleaner with the way they approached the game after that reset, we could have seen a very different result. And you gotta give props to that. Again, Team Indonesia is the team to beat, right? This is the team that has dominated women's MLBB for so long. And they had to resort to a backdoor play. I think that's already a good indication that this might be a close match.
The discipline that was seen already from the start as well, there was not much of a gap from the economy-wise from both of the teams, and the fact that they were a little bit off in part. Let's just say like their standardized has been a way different from what we've seen from MWI itself. MWIs, we see how much struggle that we've seen from Team Turkey. But now going into WEC, this is the improvement that we want to talk about. This is what we want to see coming off from the 6 months gap that was done after the MWI.
It's good improvement right here. Team Indonesia as well. Maybe you got a little bit too ahead of themselves when they attempted to push in and end the game. It's kind of similar to what happened with Team Malaysia. And we were talking about how if you fail these big brute force pushes, it can actually cost you quite dearly. And Indonesia nearly got the game reversed as a result of it. We can see here that they still did come out on top.
Looking on for the stats wise from 14:45 minutes for the playtime of this first round itself. Looking good so far. I mean, again, the gap is not that big, 2,000 economy-wise from both sides. But when it comes to your objective, we gotta say that Team Indonesia, they conquer all of it, most of it all, especially the fact that once they try to push in for the steal of the buff, once the reset was done, yeah, Turkey did try to actually steal the buff, and yet even with Shell trying to actually making sure that they have a defense, it ended up didn't go in their favor. But somehow, Indonesia, from the start of their opening of that middle turret itself, that's where the fine line of Team Turkey, they couldn't actually reset much better compared to what Indonesia has done so far.
Honestly though, I'm still very surprised by how well Team Turkey was able to keep themselves alive in these big team fights. They were just all grouping together, making use of multiple oracles along with the flask of the Oasis. And just by standing together inside the love waves, sustaining through the damage that Indonesia was throwing at them. There were a lot of fights where I was shocked at the longevity of them when they're meant to be more of a burst pick-off lineup. So already have to give some considerations about whether this Angela might actually be a bit annoying.
Oh, that is... But now let's take a look for our MVP of our first round for this match. It's going to be Vival with 514 KDA. Gold per minute is going to be 696, as well as with damage per minute is going to be 1,934. I mean, we did saw the diving composition coming in from the top lane, right? And that's why we see how Vivian, she was barely surviving. She only have like 1 HP, and she's like, go for it, Vival. I'm going to just take care of you. You'll be able to get that kill with that puncher. And that was what makes top lane was just so much interesting to for contest, and it opened a way for them to actually push in for that mid turret.
I think Vival had a very impressive performance on the Lancelot. We're getting to see some very strong micro mechanics on this hero today. But I feel like I gotta give a shout out to Cine as well on that Lunox, because that Lunox was a problem. Turkey just didn't really have the damage necessary to deal with it, and every time they tried to burst her down, then the brilliance just comes back out. We can have a look at what happened in this game once again by revisiting the highlight.
Looking how it is that I think Nora was doing her best trying to actually initiate the fight, trying to actually steal away maybe with the Divine Judgment, trying to make sure that to be able to actually frag one of the players, but it didn't connect to how they want it to be, and ended up Cine was just able to press it out as much as possible for that team fight.
But we can see these team fights were surprisingly difficult for Team Indonesia as well, even though they should on paper have more burst damage and overall more crowd control thanks to the combination of items that came out of Team Turkey. And although Team Indonesia was leading towards the mid-game here, a mistake in the base push allowed Team Turkey to regain their footing and make up for this gold difference.
And the AOG somehow, I like the fact that how Vivian was almost in the most chronic dangerous zone, but ended up like able to actually catch 3 players, taunt them out, stun it out immediately. That gives a way for Vival to just get on with on throws, going in for the puncher as well. And that's what she was able to actually go in all out and dive into the crystal itself. But Kujo here, highlight for Turkey itself to be able to survive it out, and waiting it out for the rest of the team is to spawn out and actually moving away to defend that crystal at the crucial point.
Yeah, if Team Turkey was the team that won instead, Kujo would 100% be the MVP.
True,
because that was a 1v5 base defense. And it's because of her insane gameplay on the Hayabusa that her team was able to. So, gotta give props, gotta give respect. I think this has now given both teams a chance to really figure out who they're dealing with.
Agree, definitely. I think we are actually very impressed of the movement that Kujo has done already. That's trying to actually give us a great picture of what can be expected coming in for the second draft. Now, again, we talked about how if any of this team be able to actually go for 2-0, best of 3 wise, they're going to actually have a clean sweep for their own start game, but they will meet for another team, which is single round robin. They have 3 teams. That means they're going to meet 2 teams in one grouping of themselves. So Indonesia-wise, if they can actually continue this momentum, maybe learn to actually be a little bit more disciplined, because started out, they did had a really good control. Even though there was a back and forth with Turkey as well, there were countless of time that we talked about how unnecessary movement, or how much they try to push so much, they try to pressure so much, or try to actually say like, oh, I want to go for the fight, I want to go in for the kill, I don't care. Even though it kind of sacrifices them. Like we did so, Fumieko was going in for the final slash, did manage to actually get 1 off kill, but then traded off with herself to be taken out by the turret itself.
Yeah, I think it's personally still fine. I don't really think they made that many mistakes actually, outside of that one big base push where they underestimated Kujo's ability to clear. But otherwise, the trading of bodies in order to secure things is actually perfectly fine coming out of Indonesia, especially from the Ruby and the Arlet, since they are generally setters. They know that the main cores are going to be the Lance and the Lunox.
Yeah, but again, going back to the draft-wise, what do you think that kind of needs to be fixed back for the team of Turkey? Because compared to what we see from the draft of Indonesia, right, I think we know for a fact that it was kind of perfect already. It was already a well-rounded lineup for Team Indonesia. They were able to actually guard out for the high ground, the front line, as well as the back line, so that there were not going to be any exposed positioning coming in from Team Indonesia. Compared to Team Turkey-wise, they were pretty much just holding on to Unohana or even Nora herself to make that initiation. And if it doesn't connect, it ended up will be backfired against them instead.
I do think that Kaja ended up being a pretty good pick coming in from Turkey, because Indonesia specifically had to play the game slower due to the Kaja's presence. You can see that the way they move around the map is a lot safer, because they know that they could get punished for walking into the wrong bush. I think that if you do want to go Kaja though, you probably don't want to pick Angela, because it doesn't pair up the best, even though the Angela was the one keeping them alive.
That's kind of, but seems that we're gonna go back to Expanding River yet again here for our second round for this second series. I mean, not much is a difference that we're gonna be actually expecting here for our second draft, but yet again, with the previous first phase or first draft, or even the first round fight itself, that shows how much they need to actually learn back and maybe see a little bit of different hero pools coming off here for our second draft.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not these teams will do something different. And a lot of that will also come down to whether or not they actually swap sides here.
Yeah.
And looks like they're going to be staying on the same sides, actually. Indonesia first pick, Turkey second. And still seems to be the same bans as before.
Yep, as we see Jushin as well as you've been taken out immediately. And we see Baxia will be prioritized. And we talked about how Baxia is kind of really useful coming in from Expanding River. The movement, mobility-wise, will help with the rolling, as well as with the fact that the movement will actually help much in the Expanding River. But Chichi as well will be prioritized. So this is kind of like a repeat of what we've seen from the first phase itself.
So far, both teams going to be keeping it quite standard. Indonesia first pick does have the opportunity to go for Gatot Kaca again, and if that does happen, then Turkey is gonna need to reconsider some things. Is it worth stealing away heroes like the Lancelot? Do you want to try and go for a slightly more flexible opening pick, because locking in Angela Esme first denied a lot of flexibility options in game 1.
Again, Hilda also been banned off. We've already seen that for the first game as well. Now, my question is that, are they going to actually do a respect ban to Hayabusa as well? As we saw how Kujo kind of really good in the rotation-wise, how she was able to defend off that crystal all by herself with 5 players, 5 men of Indonesia trying to actually take down that crystal into that baseline. But then again, they might actually not be carrying much of the Hayabusa, but for me, I feel like that kind of needs to be prioritized as well.
I mean, you have to make a decision here. Indonesia's already made theirs. They're not banning out the Hayabusa in the first phase, so there's definitely a lot of opportunity for Turkey to go for it. And then there's not much that Indonesia can do other than just draft themselves to counteract it. And they already kind of did in the previous game with heroes like the Lunox. So since the bans are going to be exactly the same from game 1, so are the picks.
Oh wow, Gatot Kaca again being the first pick. Turkey. People say that if it's not broken, don't fix it. But then again, I kind of feel like Team Turkey has some things that they can actually switch around here for the second phase. Maybe can actually try to steal away some of the players like you talked about, how Lancelot, kind of a really good option right here. Even the fact that if they do give away for Indonesia to take down, it might not be a good decision coming in from Team Turkey. So take away that Lancelot, it might actually have a chance for Team Turkey to turn things around.
Yeah, I think so. That is definitely a possibility. And yes, they do actually steal the Lancelot away. So I'm very interested to see how well they will perform there. Kujo has already demonstrated her micro mechanics on the Haya. Will we get to see the same things on the Lance? Esme seems to be a high priority pick for them though.
Esmeralda, I think pretty much we did saw how much of the sustainability that was done by Esmeralda, so they don't want to actually change up that. But at the same time, Lunox was well done in the hands of Shini, so no need to change pretty much the way how she was able to immobilize as well as moving around the circle for the team fight with Team Turkey itself. Indonesia knows for a fact that they can play against them again and again.
Yeah, that is definitely a possibility. Lunox is still going to be very good here because it is a counter to the Esmeralda. Hopefully, Turkey does have some way of handling that because they're trading assassins now. Hayabusa gonna drop in the hands of Vival.
Okay, a switch of assassin jungler coming in between the two teams, Indonesia and Turkey. But here's the thing. We did saw how amazing Lancelot here in the hands of Indonesia, how Vival was doing amazing job with the puncher coming in for the diving composition as well. The question is, Turkey, once you actually steal that away, can you actually put out a really good fight? And they did actually prioritize players such as Kaja to actually put out on the second phase. But are they going to actually put out another hero to be for the tank twice? Oh, it's going to be Kalea for the pick-off hero.
That's interesting right there. Kalea gonna be making her debut here in WEC. I thought that it would be fine for Turkey to go for the Kaja for the second time since it actually seemed quite comfortable for Nora. But looks like they want to focus a bit more onto that mid lane. Compared to Kaja, Kalea has better lane sustainability, so it's easier to trade with her at level 1. If they're going for this option, I'm ideally hoping to see a more burst-based mid laner like the Farsa.
Oh, kind of true though. Yeah, definitely those are the priorities that are needed for right here for Turkey because Angela-wise, it's not really particularly good for the lineup itself, especially the fact that we saw she did amazing for the first round. But then again, coming in for this lineup, I think they will prioritize a different kind of mid laner in the side. For the facing of our banning on second side, we do see Ruby being taken out. I offended when we saw how it was done by Indonesia. They drag off one after another players from Turkey, and it gives so much of the separation. End up their team fight was scattered around by Team Indonesia. But at the same time, Indonesia prioritized Kadita.
Indonesia is probably going to start banning out mid laners here. Again, if you have a Kalea, you're probably looking at a burst mid laner. So Farsa, Kadita, the heroes that can instantly 100 to 0 an opponent is going to work out very well since Kalea has very long-term single targets. C. Wouldn't be surprised if Indonesia decides to get rid of Farsa as well, just to reduce the risk they have to deal with in the mid lane.
Yep, definitely. Those are the priorities that is going to be looking forward to the side of Indonesia. But at the same time, we see Xbox yet again been banned off by Team Turkey. We know for a fact that Xbox coming off for the front liner, you can actually burst out, definitely explode right in the face of your enemy. So those are the crucial things that Team Turkey trying to make sure that to avoid it off. But it's not going to be Farsa, it's going to be Kimi because again, we talked about how Kimi, when it was used by Team Malaysia itself for the first series, great basic attacks. Once you already had the stacks itself, it bursts out each and every, it kind of actually melts away every health line in the hands of your opponent. So Kimi-wise is actually quite good as well with the traction spell as well to actually hold down your positioning, grabbing the players as well. So Indonesia trying to make sure that those are the two crucial mid laners they want to avoid it off.
So getting rid of the more annoying poke scaler rather than the artillery burst mage. I guess Indonesia feels that they can handle Farsa a bit more easily because that will indeed get locked in by Turkiyye here. And that means that you can see the Kalea Farsa combo. Anyone they catch, as long as they're squishy enough, will just go down instantly.
And the fact that it opens up the opportunity for Team Turkey to get the Farsa as well. So great burst coming off for the damage as well. High ground wise also will be covered up by the Team Turkey as well. And this is where the front line, I feel like now Turkey is expanding even more, making sure that they can cover a lot of the grounds here when it comes to the team fight with Team Indonesia. Now, Team Indonesia, they still kind of figure out like whether or not they want to actually go in for the goal lane that we saw, like, you know, are they gonna, because they've already been banned off by Ruby, but it seems that Harith will be open for them to take, and as well as Lapu Lapu will be a steal here in the hands of Indonesia.
This is very interesting. Revealing the Harith here makes sense on paper since Indonesia can afford to go for a more damage-oriented build in order to deal with the pick-off comp coming out of their opponents. However, Turkiyye can flex this Esme into the gold lane, and then that would give Harith a bit more of a difficult time. In fact, I expect them to do so and then pick up a different hero to match up against the Lapu Lapu.
One hero to see that they can actually counter it off, or is that going to be another case for Team Turkey? Somehow, I feel like they might actually go with that strategy. And oh no, they don't. They ended up actually picking off Granger instead. So Granger's gonna meet off with Harith. I mean, I like the idea that you had instead, but now it seems that they're just playing off with their own books of their own signature, or should I say comfort of their own self.
Yeah, looks like both teams are going back to basics here.
Yeah.
Very traditional lineup on both sides. Good scaling. Early game is probably slightly weaker on the Indonesia side, so that is a gap that Team Turkey might be able to take advantage of if they play it correctly. But even if they don't, their late game scaling is not too bad either. So as long as things go according to plan, we shouldn't see a very quick game here.
Yeah, I think Indonesia's gonna actually play it off a little bit slow this time. And this is where the fine line we talked about, how these two teams are very disciplined. There was a lot of back and forth done for the first round of the second series. So going off for the second round itself, looking to see like if it's going to be the same case. But here on out, that's done for the draft. Let's go in for our second round of this second series between Indonesia versus Turkey.
Indonesia currently one game up, one victory away from securing clean sweep and looking much more comfortable about their chances of moving straight on into the playoffs. Can Team Turkey once again show why they are a considerable dark horse in the MLBB ecosystem?
Okay, if they want to play it off a little bit slow right now, it can give a little bit of chance for Team Turkey that the fact that they can actually play around for that scaling phase. But at the same time, somehow, Nora, they don't for a fact with the Kalea in the hands, she can actually just mess around just a little bit in the early runs.
I think what we are probably going to see in terms of early game pressure will most likely come out of Team Turkey here. Because once again, it's the Kalea Farsa combo along with a Lancelot means that their mid trio is actually pretty strong. They can gank side lanes, they can get pickas. It will be a bit difficult to do so in the goal lane because Shell does have that Purify, but they're still going to try and put some pressure there.
They definitely trying to make sure that they can have the opening wave. They can actually have a way for them to just break off the composition coming off from Team Indonesia itself. But so far right now, I do feel like Team Indonesia kind of can read the strategy that is done by Turkey as well. So they are playing it a little bit safe as well. The movement coming off from CD, but here, Nora again with a wave breaker every single time.
I really like Vivian's positioning there, putting herself in the bush because they know that if this Kalea Farsa moves around without being scouted, it spells disaster for any of their side lanes, even going to see the entire mid trio around the turtle.
I love the fact that they keep on opening the whole entire map itself so they can just expose every location of Team Indonesia. But here and now, it's going to be the first turtle and the fight is going to begin.
Comes in, they get the knockup. Vivian going to be forced to use the Revitalize. Gatot still very tanky. Here comes the backline dives, and they are going to be the first one to go down to Fumi Echo with the bravest fighter. First blood to Team Indonesia.
No.
And now we can see
Unohana.
Esmeralda just left alone, trying to survive as long as possible. Flicker forward, Cine finishes off Unohana, and they're still not done. Fumi Echo is still trying to disrupt the purple buff and slow down Kujo.
I mean, Unohana was just a little bit too long staying into that positioning to a point that it was easy for Indonesia to just steal her away. So question-wise for Team Turkey, they cannot be too much of the dedication to play around with Team Indonesia. But somehow, there's going to be a 2-kill, but at the same time, you're going to go in all out with Miko as well.
Miko has to be very careful here. Harif is a hero that can full dive a Granger if you position wrongly. Oh, they found the Gatal once again. Unohana, Vivian gonna be going down since it is a 4-man dive. That's feathered airstrike damage.
Rather starts damage nicely done, opening off with a wave breaker as well. Now it seems that Kuto gonna be actually teased away. Will be denied immediately. Yup, Kuto get it.
Kuto still secures the turtle, but they lose Nora in exchange. I think that is a trade they're willing to take.
Yep, they definitely know for a fact that it is a sacrifice that is needed, but at least they'll be able to actually maintain the gap between each other with economy-wise as well. But again, it's not too far off for Team Indonesia as well as Turkey. Now, question is how much more they can actually contain this positioning, because again, yes, Indonesia is playing it slow, but as they scale off, it's not going to be good for Team Turkey.
Indonesia is going to have very strong late game scaling,
Yeah.
but Turkey is not too far behind as well, right? All of their DPS cores will still have pretty strong late game as well, especially Mieko on this Granger, as long as she doesn't lose too hard to the Harif in lane. And she does have the EXP advantage, so Turkiyye is still doing a good job of making space for their core.
Agree, because the fact is we are seeing that Team Turkey is just denying every movement coming off from Team Indonesia. They're allowing that shell, but at the same time, this is going to be a composition steal away!
Slam onto the Gatot. Violet comes out, Feather Strike this time, not going to be quite enough to finish off Vivian. So she will survive.
Oh, what a really good steal away, but then the follow-up was just not enough coming off from Team Turkey. And now Vivian was just going to be backing away, easily surviving that fight. And Unohana, on the other hand, again, kind of extending herself too much, too long, and now Cine!
Ooh, the flicker forward from Cine with the Darkening. Again, this is why Lunox counters Esme. The damage is just so high.
The damage is just so high to a point that Unohana just caught off guard too many times to a point that the damage cannot be faltered. And now, moving on, they'll be able to clear out every single minion wave. They'll be able to control every single movement of Team Turkey. But here on Kujo with Fumi Echo.
It's a 1v1 down here. We can see Kujo starting to do a good amount of damage. I don't think... Oh, hold on! Cine comes in from the side. I don't think Kujo was expecting that one. The Landslot will go down. And the Brilliance even used to get Cine out. That's a perfect setup for Indonesia to start working on the turtle.
Great gang up, coming up for 2v1 right there. Turtle might be actually free it off, even with the zone coming up from Nora and Unohana.
Unohana tries jumping in, but Vival has the Retribution, so it's going to be an easy turtle for Indonesia. And now Zendaya in trouble, but the Oki Shadow Kill misses. Vival missed time stat. So Zendaya gets out. The rest of Turkiyye also going to be able to back off a little bit here. They need to clear one minion, and they will be able to do so. But the flicker forward, Tsunami Slam gets one catch. Revitalize comes out, so Nora goes down. Unohana can be traded as well. It's a double kill. Cine gets a full dive. Zendaya goes down. Vival finds the kill. Backs it up as well. Indonesia instantly picks off 3 members of Turkiyye.
3 members taken down immediately by Indonesia. Great diving in composition coming in from them. Despite, however, Team Turkey tried to defend that mid turret. Alongside right here, we do see Team Indonesia getting more and more frisky to a point that Turkey could not defend themselves.
Gotta be a bit more careful there. It was an initially good defense. Fumi Echo now in some trouble, but jumps into the minion wave to regen with the sustained Landshaker Raging Slosh. Mieko has the flicker just to get away. Fumi Echo still surviving with the shields. Nora comes in from the side. So much effort just to take down this Lapu Lapu.
3 players come through, and even then, Shell able to take it out, and now one more! Zendaya will be able to be shut down by Cine as well, and they will move away without any casualty in their hands.
Cine is an absolute monster on this Lunox. 5-0 already. The gold lead slowly adding up as time goes on, and Turkiyye losing their grasp over the map despite having a strong ganking combo. The rotations from Indonesia so far are very clean.
Very clean indeed, to a point that Team Turkey still couldn't find any answer for them to actually back off or even try to neutralize the situation. Now, more and more turrets has already been shut down. Now they're getting into the second layer of the turret. Team Turkey trying to find a way for them to just stick around. 4 players. Wavebreaker will be open up for them to see every movement, but then they come through with Unohana.
Unohana jumps in first. TURKIYE gonna realize, okay, there's more people there than expected, so we're not gonna full commit onto this, especially with the turtle coming up and a wave pushing up top as well. Indonesia setting up the macro in their favor.
Yeah, the macro is quite clean. This Turkey, oh, Nora comes in with a Wavebreaker.
It's very deep, Nora. Completely isolated. Beautiful play from Vival. Dodges the Kalea entirely. Gets a free turtle. Nora now in complete no man's land. But somehow still managing to buy time. The rest of TURKIYE not able to back her up though. They're being zoned out in the mid lane. So after everything, the Kalea is actually out.
I mean, at least she did survive it out, even though she had to rotate the whole entire map just to actually move away from Team Indonesia. But kind of great zoning coming out from Team Indonesia, the fact that they were able to actually scatter around Team Turkey. And now, again, from time to time, the objective-wise still goes in the favor of Team Indonesia. They know for a fact now, with the gap, 5,000 economy-wise is in their hands. Itemization definitely built up for Team Indonesia compared to Team Turkey.
Team TURKIYE is gonna need to put in some work here to make up the difference. But again, they do have a late game scaling composition, which means if they're able to get a little bit more itemization in, they can still match up to Indonesia despite the gold difference. And we can see they're heavily hovering around Mieko. But they're out. Oh my goodness, Vival! Jumps right in! Gets the kill on the Granger in the middle of his entire team. And now Fumieko is looking for another flicker forward with the Raging Slash. Zendaya goes down. Nora now isolated once again. And Indonesia is gonna make sure to chase her down this time.
Nope, Shell's gonna deny the movement. Yep, goes in for the Tsunami Slam, but Nora unfortunately will be tagged off by the 2 players. And again, she will be shut down immediately, even though she did survive it out. But it's going to be a Sini's kill. But then again, they go in for Kujo as well as Unohana.
They're not able to find any more kills after that, but damage is already lacking thanks to the missing piece that is Zendaya. Mid-tier 2 will fall. Feather Desperate comes out once again, but here comes the Shadow Kill! Vival! With the mega kill again! Mieko just not allowed to survive.
Not allowed to even get into the baseline safely. That diving composition coming out from Vival with 402 KDA. No one can stop her at all. Previously, she was using Lancelot. Now with the Hayabusa, she's doing such a great composition, such a great movement, as well as clean sweep to a point that Team Turkey could not stop her.
These are the micro mechanics that have made Team Indonesia the best women's MLBB team in the world for so long. And even though Team Turkey has so far been doing a good job of trying to match up in terms of discipline, the gap in experience is starting to show itself.
Turkey, again, yes, the gap-wise is getting more bigger, not just for the economy-wise, the kill-wise. Indonesia dominating 13 kills to 2 kills from Turkey. This shows how much this is a big different compared to the first round itself. And with the Lord coming in right now, this is going to be the second one for the hands of Team Indonesia. They push on a lot of the minions from the bottom lane as well.
Nora jumps in, not going to commit Tsunami Slam since that is going to be Vivian right there. Their attempted ambush on Vival did not work as well. I could see the really good presence of mind to check the bush with Quad Shadow first. And now Lord is going to be pushing in mid lane. 11 minutes in, it's a 9k goalie. Feather Desperate comes out first. AOG forces the cancel straight away. Vivian is inside the base, still tanking up with the Revitalize. And Indonesia is full diving the tower. Tsunami Slam not able to do anything. Nora has to flicker away. The tower just goes down. And Indonesia, their advent cannot be stopped. They are steamrolling their way into the base of Team TURKIYE. But they've run out of minions. The Lord will eventually fall. They'll go for another tower down bottom. Indonesia, this is where they made the mistake previously. Do they still want to force the engage?
Oh, but Kujo also trying to make sure that Team Indonesia does not go in. They try to go in for out Nora. Federa side open.
Looks like they'll be able to get away from that one, but Indonesia hasn't given up just yet. They want one more tower. The final inhibitor standing for Team TURKIYE. Ogi Shadow kill once again. Not going to be used this time, actually. Vival just zoning. And now the base of Team TURKIYE is completely empty.
Empty. open for the side of Indonesia to end it all off if they can do it with this second lot. First lot was doing well just to break the whole entire inhibitor turrets. And even so, we do need to give a little bit of credit for Turkey because the defense-wise coming up from them was just great, but just still not enough for them to make sure that Team Indonesia doesn't fall down all of the turrets that is already in their baseline. The question is, can Turkey make something right here?
This is a fairly snowball-heavy meta, and as we can see, Turkiyye is super far behind in terms of farm. It's already a 10k gold lead, and their late game scaling is nowhere close to coming online. This could already be a GG situation.
Turkey losing much of their momentum from the first game itself. And looking from how they were trying to actually control the positioning, and I know for a fact that we were hoping for Nora. Nora keep on trying to actually initiate, get the wave breaker. Soon after Slam tried to actually steal away Team Indonesia into the hands to make sure that they have a really good team fight. Ended up, the favor comes in for Team Indonesia to just negate every single positioning. That's the Purify comes in from Shell itself, because no matter how much they decide to steal away anyone from the Team of Indonesia, they will definitely neutralize it immediately now. This is going to be the second launch.
Yeah, that's the experience of this team showing itself. See the Conceal just opening up the area around the river so quickly, and then instantly transitioning to basically free a Lord for Vival.
And the fact that, again, this is going to be maybe the last march that will be done by Team Indonesia if Team Turkey does not pull out every single stunt they have under their sleeve to guard out that crystal. So far, they are sticking up for themselves right here inside the grass, because I knew for a fact that maybe there's a possibility they might be able to do a surprise attack. But again, look at how Vivian, she's just opening every single grass, every single moment to make sure that Team Turkey cannot do a surprise attack.
Team Turkiyye cannot let this Lord collide, but the flicker forward, Landshaker forces the flicker from Mieko, still not able to escape, goes down! The Granger's already out of the equation, the Lord is dropping low with crystals, exposed, then he's godlike, and still diving all the way through! It's a triple kill, a maniac for Cine! And that marks the victory of Team Indonesia, clean sweeping the series.
First series was a clean sweep for the Team Malaysia. Now we have our neighbor country coming off for the clean sweep, especially the fact that they have that experience to be given out here for our WEC 2025 stage. Indonesia shows themselves why they are the reigning champions and opening up such a great job. But here on out, we talked about how such an unfortunate event coming up from Team Turkey. They met off with Indonesia for MWI, but I love the fact that how such a great showmanship coming in. Fist bump to actually commemorate, to say good job, good game, great job that you've done so far for our phase game of Group B itself. But that's just going to be the first team they met up for that single round elimination. So we still have one more game. But so far, we're going to go in straight for the interview with our winner from Indonesia, Wibro.
And there you guys have it, Indonesia with a clean sweep of a 2-0 in their opening match this WEC 2025. And right now, I am with Cine and of course Vivian. Hi girls, congratulations on that win. And wow, Cine, maniac. How are you feeling? How is it like to be in Malaysia?
I feel great. This is my second time being in Malaysia and it's a nice country.
Oh, it's your second time?
Yeah.
What do you like about Malaysia?
Oh, I'm looking forward to eat the food.
Oh, what's your favorite food?
I actually want to try nasi lemak.
You want to try nasi lemak? You know what? If I'm free tomorrow, I might give you some. I might hook you up with some good nasi lemak because I myself am a foodie. Now let's talk about your preparation for WEC this time around. What went into the preparation to ensure a back-to-back win for you guys?
Just like another tournament for us. So basically we just play scrims and then ranked games and that's it.
I heard some teams are actually struggling with finding scrims. Did you guys struggle with finding scrims, especially since it's quite an off season right now?
I don't think so, but like sometimes we even reject people.
Oh, okay. I think that's completely fine and understandable. And of course, Vivian, hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm feeling good.
You're feeling good. I know, that game made me feel good. Vivian, I see that quite a bit of fans overseas have been claiming you as the women GOAT for MLBB. How do you feel about that statement from them? And do you agree with it?
Oh, perasaan gua kemarin.
Woman GOAT. GOAT. Greatest of all time.
Perasaannya biasa aja, normal, standar manusia.
Normal je?
Normal aja.
Do you agree with it though? Agree nggak?
Terserah sih.
It's up to them. All right, now, Vivian, we know that usually whenever you guys go to the international stages, a matchup that a lot of people want to see is Indonesia and Philippines. Unfortunately, this time around in the WEC 2025, Philippines is not in. So aside from Philippines, who are you guys actually excited to meet?
I think from the southeast region for us, so like Cambodia and also Malaysia.
Oh, Cambodia and Malaysia. Just now, in the first match, Malaysia said they actually want to meet you guys. So I think that will be very exciting. And I'm pretty sure a lot of Indonesians are actually watching this live stream. Is there anything you guys want to say to the supporters back home?
Dukung kita terus. Terima kasih juga yang udah dukung kita terus. Dan kita usahakan piala itu kita bawa ke Indonesia terus.
Wow, she said to everybody, keep on supporting our journey because we are going to bring back the championship trophy back to Indonesia. Congratulations, girls, and thank you very much. And with that, let us throw it back to the casters to analyze what happened in this clean sweep series.
Thank you very much to Rose, and of course, congratulations to Team Indonesia for a clean victory here. That will definitely help them a lot in securing that direct ticket to the playoffs next up. But that was quite the game right there. Compared to what happened in game number 1, it definitely looked a lot easier for Team Indonesia. And you can tell that they used their time well to learn what could have been done cleaner in their previous series.
I mean, we talked about how the first matchup, right? The first draft itself, how it was kind of like not much of a gap between Team Turkey as well as Indonesia. They did an amazing job to actually contest each other or play around with the rhythm that they put out. But then moving into the second match, this is where they actually put out such a vast difference, or saying that, hey, the first match, probably we're trying to play it slowly or probably trying to read what's your pattern is going to come off. And once they actually read that up, they say, okay, this is going to be easy. We're going to actually try to make, not to say that they think it's easy, but it's just they already read it up very quickly to a point that they know when to strike, who to actually shut down, or how to actually make sure that they don't come into the context of Team Indonesia itself. Because we saw how it was on the first drive, right? Uno Hana is always on the front line with Kaja. And that was perfect because that's a fact. That's how the division of the divide judgment was able to make sure that every movement that was done by Indonesia, he can be able to pull it out, make sure that they will not be able to sustain, or to say like they can be able to actually play around with it and shut down Team Indonesia every time they go for engagement for that team fight. But moving into the second round, that's where Team Indonesia said, no more Kaja. And they actually tried to take out with Kalea, try to make sure that there's a pick-off hero with the Tsunami Slam. But somehow I feel like the Tsunami Slam, every time Nora or Unahona trying to actually make sure that they have that pick-off, it was unsuccessful because Team Indonesia was just slipping through my fingers all the time.
Pretty much, right? Because this Kalea Farsa combo should work well on paper, and you should be able to rotate, get easy pickoffs, get easy kills. But there's one big issue to that. Kalea is naturally countered by Gatot. And Gatot was the first pick. So by doing this, Team Turkiyye were already putting themselves in a slightly more risky position where they're very heavily dependent on this duo. And if one of them isn't able to function, then the whole thing just falls apart. And I think Vivian was well aware of this. That's why she was positioning herself in bushes, not directly trying to respond to ganks, but preventing them from happening in the first place.
I do agree with that. The opening of the map that was done by Vivian was amazing. I think that was the key of every single movement that was done by Indonesia to just shut down every single attempt that was done by Team Turkiyye itself. But Turkiyye coming in for the post game itself between them. So far, 14 minutes, 18 seconds. again, it's too big of the gap that was done for the second match because 18 kills against 2 with the objective all to the side of Indonesia. It shows how much of the domination is done by Indonesia.
With their mid trio, which is basically Team Turkey's strongest aspect, being outright denied, they don't have a lot of ways for playing this game anymore, right? Since this Ranger needs time to scale, and then the Esmeralda isn't directly winning out lane against the Lapu-Lapu either. Not to mention being hard countered by Cine on this Lunox, which by the way, went 10-0 this time around. She already made a splash in game 1, and she really took over things in game 2.
Oh, this is really great KDA coming out from Cine itself. And I like the fact that it's not just the fact that they are really positive on the side of their own KDAs, and most of the itemization that was built up shows how much they really know what's to be done. The burst damage, the DPS that is going to be on the side of Indonesia. Turkey on the side, they want to actually have that Esmeralda as the sustain hero, right? But no matter how much sustain you are on the front line, you ended up being shut down, being shutted out by melted to the ground by Team Indonesia. But it's going to be MVP to Bumi Eko. No, I think it's supposed to be Vival again. This is actually a little bit of technical error, but Vival yet again is going to be the MVP. I'm not sure whether or not this is actually a switch of the image or is it going to be the switch of the name itself. It's quite confusing for me actually.
A little bit, but I think Bumi Eko also did a very good job this time around. Maybe a little more invisible on paper based on how much of a splash Vival as well as Cine were making, but this Lapu-Lapu also played a very important role as being one of the primary front lines, since Vivian's going to be spending a lot of her time keeping this Kalea under check. I think in general, the entirety of Team Indonesia performed very well here and adjusted perfectly to what happened in game 1. And since they no longer have to worry about a Kaja catching them on the other side, you can see how much faster they're allowed to play.
Yeah, and the fact that it shows how much that Team Indonesia, again, we talked about how the hero pools itself. You take away the Lancelot, Vival will be able to do a great job with the Hayabusa again to time again. And seeing how it is, no matter how Zendaya opening up with the Federer strike, yet it's not going to be enough to pull through to survive it out with the game, with the fight with the team of Indonesia.
Even though the first turtle fight went pretty okay with Kujo actually stealing it out, you could see that the more aggressive rotations from Indonesia this time around caught Team Turkey off guard. They were more used to having a slower situation that was created thanks to having really strong catch heroes. But without that this time around, it's a lot harder for them to create space on the map. And Team Indonesia took full advantage of that.
And I think pretty much we did saw a lot of the extension of coming up from Uno Hana itself. We did saw it, right? Many times that whereby she was left all alone and then she ended up like extending herself, and those are the things that she was caught off guard by the team of Indonesia. And even Nora had to actually do a long rotation into the no man's land. At least she did manage to survive it out, but that shows how much of the resistance that they tried to pull against Team Indonesia. But again, the game ends up with the team of Indonesia weight off 2-0.
Well, it is an expected result coming in from the defending champions of WEC, but we definitely saw some strong potential from Team Turkey this time around. There's a reason why this region has always been lauded as a dark horse in MLBB tournaments, and I'm looking forward to see them improve and learn from this experience going forward. It is unfortunate that they end up being drawn in the same group as one of the best teams in the world, but it's also a very rare chance to be able to get that experience facing off against them on stage.
Agree, definitely. Again, we talked about how it is kind of unfortunate they had to meet off for the playoff from the MLBB. They were the top 8 to be stopped by Indonesia, and now coming into WEC, this is like just a deja vu back to them. But we do admit that they did improve from that 6 month of the gap they've done from last July here on out to December here for the WEC stage. But it still needs to be more improved because not just them are improving, even Indonesia had their time. They do have their improvement on their own themselves because they already have their experience. They do not lack around as well for themselves. And moving on for the Group B, we have Uzbekistan for both of the team to meet off next for their single round robin. And we know for a fact Uzbekistan did not actually survive for their group stage on last year. Hoping forward for them to be at least surviving for the group stage here for our 2025. So looking forward to see another history to be made here for the two teams, whether Team Turkey or even Uzbekistan from Group B.
Yeah, a brand new year means brand new opportunities to write new chapters in your own story. And I want to see more developing regions who might be underrepresented on the typical international stage to show off what they're capable of. So that's going to be all for Group E for today, because we're going to be moving on to another match later, which I believe is actually going to be some teams from Group D.
Yep.
So that's going to be fun to see.
Yeah, we're going to have Egypt versus Argentina. These are the two teams who were actually qualified from the group stage at 2024. But talking about how they actually survived group stage, they were not the top 3 though when it comes to the fight, because we talked about how Indonesia was the one who was able to go for the championship. But then again, Team Egypt as well as Argentina, they have already their experience. Let's see if they can actually bring up or catch up with the 1-year gap between last year into the WEC 2025 stage itself. I think pretty much if we talked about the last year, right? They were the one who managed to be at their own grouping, like Egypt as well as... The funny thing is they were at the same grouping as well last year. They were at the Group A. They meet off with Indonesia, and only Egypt was the only one who managed to survive for the group stage. But we will talk more later on because we have a break right up ahead. So please do not go anywhere. Stay tuned right here for the WEC Stage 2025. You're with me, Fasha Bunny, as well as Dafa. Right on after this. We'll see you guys.
That's in. To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, some self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit iesf.gg. To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, some self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit iesf.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat.
true ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit iesf.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. It takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfall, send the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made, you ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said, I see the facade when looking it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's, if it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk, I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit iesf.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfall, send the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made, you ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said, I see the facade when looking it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's, if it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk, I never know where my mind went.
starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit iesf.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me, like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit iesf.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Tak ada data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfall, send a wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made, you ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said, I see the facade when looking, it really be that you can tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails, if it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk, I never know where my mind went.
Thank you to our producer. His name is Handsome, by the way. 2 series has ended with clean sweep. Will our last series of the day change the course of history? Our day 1 here at WEC 2025. We're still here for the woman category. On the caster deck, it's going to be me, Fasha Bani, as well as Dafa.
I think we have to highlight it's the last series for us.
Oh, yeah.
Not for the day.
Not for the day, not for the day. Last series for the women category, like I said, yeah.
But we still got matches of the men's category
which
after
will
that.
be covered by Lafel and Husky.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. So this is going to be the two of us' last match of the day for now. But we've got more coming in the next couple days, so don't worry if you guys...
Which is Malaysia, our host country itself. And then it was continued on by Team Indonesia against Team Turkey. But now, we're going to focus on Team Egypt. This is from the Group D itself. We got Egypt, we got Argentina, as well as Nepal. But the only highlights that we're going to see is only between these two teams because we talked about it. Stuff already covered it all out, whereby we're not going to actually showcase every single game. We're only going to give a highlight, but behind the scene, there are concurrent teams or concurrent games that is going on behind us. But like we talked about, there's 2 more series to go right after Egypt versus Argentina. That will be covered out against the team for the men category. So, lining up for our team, Egypt, Stafa.
Up, we've got Velvet, Nana, Nucci, Names, and Fivin coming in from the side of Egypt. And these are going to be names that some of you might find familiar because they are, of course, the members of Team Falcons who have represented their region in tournaments like MWI as well, which does mean they have some experience under their belt. Now, I can't remember if this is the exact same comp that they competed in last time around during WEC 2024. I think it is the majority of the same players. because Egypt did get third place
Yeah.
during WEC 2024. So they're coming into this with the goal of reaching even greater heights.
Agree. So this is the teams that qualified. But the question is, meeting off with Team Argentina, they are the team that qualified, but they didn't manage to go into the playoff. For grouping wise, they did amazing, but unfortunately they were just tied in one slot whereby they were at the top four. We got Neo, Miyuki, Naval, Riza, as well as Miss. And I think pretty much some of the players from the roster as well as are kind of actually familiar from the last ISF or WEC 2024. The only thing that we can talk about is the switching role itself. Because previously for the WEC 2024, Miss was actually the mid laner and she loves to prioritize Vexana. But coming on for this new roster for WEC 2025, we have Naval to be added on as the mid laner. So I'm kind of looking forward for Miss changing her own lane right now as a roamer, how she's going to actually adapt. What are the new things that are going to actually be shown here for our 2025?
An interesting swap around, and not the first time it has happened as well. It's actually fairly common for mid laners to switch over to the roam position. So it's going to be interesting to see how well she has adjusted to this. Miz as well as Riza, I believe, are the only two returning players from Argentina's 2024 lineup. And as you already pointed out, they unfortunately were not able to rank in the playoffs previously, ending the tournament at 7th to 8th place. So they're also going to be eager to move even further this time around.
And the fact that the teams that they will manage to be able to take down for their Group B of last year was only Mongolia and Cambodia. Now, moving into this year, the grouping stage that we talked about is quite different. Last year, they split up 12 teams into 2 groups. This year, we actually minuscule the grouping wise into 4 groups of 3 teams. So the single round robins is much more less dangerous path for most of the teams, like we talked about. And coming up to Argentina, they only had the teams that they fought off or they won against had been separated into Group B. So now they meet off with Team Egypt that they had no experience whatsoever. They never actually faced off each other. So this is going to be very interesting. But there is one team they already faced off from last year, which is Nepal, but they lost against.
Okay, interesting. So there's some history overall, but as you mentioned, it's the first time that these two teams in particular are going to be going head-to-head on the international stage. So that's going to be a very exciting ground breakthrough. We, of course, know a little bit more about Team Egypt compared to Team Argentina because they did compete in MWI. And if I remember correctly, Team Egypt was known for enjoying a spot of Ube gameplay. So they might bring that here once again.
I mean, we saw how it was from the group stage, right? Team Falcon, they kind of actually surprised us off for the Operation Obey on the first stage of Group A itself. They were meeting off with WAOW, but then once they moved in, meeting off with our team Indonesia, for the Group A itself, for the MWI, they ended up lost. But they did have their second life on the lower bracket of their grouping, but they still also lost to another team and they couldn't manage to qualify the top 8 teams into the grand final. So Team Falcons, or should I say right here, as they are representing their own country, which is Team Egypt, can they actually learn from the mistake they've done from the past 6 months already? The gap, again, we talked about from MWI into the WEC 2025. And moving on into Argentina, on the other note, they didn't even manage to actually go into the playoff for last year. So there's a lot of gaps right there for Argentina to step up the game here for 2025.
It also means there's going to be a little less information to work with about them here. So that could actually be an advantage depending on how much preparation Team Argentina has done, since they should be able to retrieve a little bit more data from Team Egypt's appearance in MWI. And as for Team Egypt, I think that there's actually kind of a similar situation to Team Turkiyye, where both teams unfortunately didn't make it into the top 8 of MWI, but they were some of the teams that showed surprising potential when they were up on that international stage. So now that some time has passed and they've been given opportunities to improve, it's going to be very interesting to see what they will show us this time.
Agree, definitely. And we talked about how the roster is already changing up. Naval, we don't actually have the history of what is she good at, because previously, when it comes to Miss itself, we saw the priority-wise that they've done when they won against Mongolia as well as Cambodia is when they actually prioritized the Vexana in the hands of Miss. So that means she is Queen of Vexana. I'm not gonna just put out that title because I know people say, nah, I'm the Queen of Vexana. But I'm just saying that her signature heroes definitely for the WEC 2024 was Vexana. That was the only key that was able to be seen from their patterns that they take down Team Cambodia as well as Mongolia. But once they continue to fight with Team Nepal, even though they have Vexana in their lineups of their draft, it didn't actually come fruitful. So the question is, all right, this changed to Roma. So now we're going to see a different kind of pattern coming off for Team Argentina. And we talked about how coming off from the two series that we've seen so far from Malaysia as well as Indonesia, it's different right now from draft, right? Sometimes there are certain teams that they are prioritizing on the orthodox, the traditional gameplay. Compared to some of the teams, they are trying and error things out for the metas or the patch note that is just recently. But here on out, we are gonna go out to welcome the walk-ins of our first team here for the last series of women's category, because after this we're gonna have the men category. So let's introduce the third team that will be meeting up right here for the third series. It is going to be the team who has to redeem themselves, not qualifying last year. Hopefully they can do it here 2025. Give it up for Team Argentina!
Their opponents for this first meeting on the WEC 2025 stage, the defending bronze placers of WEC, eager with a goal to make it higher up in the podium as they finish another round of the competition. Give it up for Team Egypt!
And as usual, we will definitely commemorate the showmanship between the two teams. Let's fist bump to say, have a good game. Let's fight fair and square. And let's have a really good, clean fight with each other. Enjoy it all with each other, because right here, this is where the fine line to say, I'm representing my country. Let's make it all happen in WEC 2025.
I'm looking forward to see it happen in the land of Dawn itself. We've already gotten the chance to witness a few teams, their drafting style, their game plans overall. What will be the topic of conversation when it comes down to this particular head-to-head? Will Team Egypt pull out the Ube strategies that gave him a name during MWI? Have they developed something new? And as for the side of Team Argentina, with favorite heroes like Vexana no longer in the meta, what new heroes will take up the forefront?
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see both of the teams. Some of them are definitely, we saw how they have already the experience from MWI compared to Argentina. We know for a fact that they are from the arc of influence range, and there's not much of the highlights can be seen from these teams. And again, they are introducing a new roster, so there could be a lot of things that need to be catch up between their chemistry. Have they built up strong enough to be constant, or not to be constant, more to be strong enough here for the WEC stage? Because maybe some of them are still debuting. They still need to actually, conquer their emotions as well as their nerve. Because the fact is, some of the players, they still need a lot of experience to fight with our one and only player from Team Egypt.
Indeed, it's going to be fun to see the dynamics so far in terms of the gameplay today. have been fairly one-sided, and we're
Yeah.
still looking for the match that will bring really intense MLBB to the stage. But we also have to highlight that nowadays, with the meta the way it is also somewhat understandable that generally games are gonna be a lot more snowbally than they used to be. And so you gotta make sure you set yourself up well in the draft and in the laning phase, because those first few interactions will make a world of difference.
And the fact that we keep on seeing from the two series, right, the two matches that we saw from Malaysia, fighting with Iran, Indonesia versus the one popping off for the first pick. Am I right?
Yeah, so far Gatot has been first pick for basically every game actually. So he was already a pretty high priority roamer before this, but I myself am surprised at how prevalent he is in that very first position.
And the fact that usually we don't get to see Hayabusa early on be able to actually give an opportunity to run into the lineup or the draft itself. But it seems that I love how very, very risky both the team of Indonesia versus the team of Turkey to not just give way to Lancelot, they let go of Hayabusa twice. That gives so much of opportunity for them to flex it off for both of that hero of assassin jungler. But again, coming off again how we talked about how Team Egypt, are they gonna actually change up the roster, not to say roster, how draft that we've seen from the last July itself? Ube, is it still relevant, or is it a hot take to say it can be already scratched away from the straightforward fight?
Ube is definitely still viable, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And we have already seen it being played in our local MPL, actually. So it is possible. There are ways to counter it, though.
Yeah.
It's no longer a one-size-fits-all kind of comp like it used to be in its heyday. I think it works very well in the right hands. But you also gotta give a lot of respect to your opponents. You're heavily depending on being grouped together, and we have to know that heroes like Estes and Angela do still need 1 or 2 items before they can really hit that peak.
Oh, yeah, definitely. So this is the crucial timing that needs to be aware for both of the team itself. They know when is the right time they have their power spike and when is the right time to go in for the team fight. Because when it comes to the operation, right, when it comes to the Ube's strategy to be put out when it comes to the fight style, is that you know that it has to be a team fight. It cannot be just the only 2 players that you want to actually fight it off, to have the Estes ultimate to be sustaining only 1 player. You know for a fact that once you have that ulti in the hands, you have the connection error, so that once you pull in for the team fight, it will continuously pushing your opponent to the corner, and you have the better upper hand after the team fight ends.
And honestly, sometimes the healing is just so much regardless, and it's an aspect of the comp that I particularly dislike, because sometimes you burst someone down and then all of their health just comes back.
Yeah.
And there's really nothing you can do about it. So it is possible, but it requires the right circumstances to actually be pulled off. We already know that Team Egypt has some mastery over it, but it's not a guarantee that they'll actually pull it out. They are fully capable of playing more traditional strategies as well.
Agree, definitely. And they did try it on the second fight, if I'm not mistaken, from MWI. And that was the reason why they figure out that it is something that they need to try and error, wants to actually have the last chance to pull into the playoff itself. But it was still not enough actually when they won, or how do I say, went up against the team of Twisted Mind, if I'm not mistaken. But yet again, it shows how much they're not really particularly in favor of those kind of straightforward fight, because they're already used to the Ube strategy. But here on out for the map selection, we keep on seeing Expanding River previously, but now we're going back to the Flying Cloud.
Surprisingly, we haven't seen a single game of Broken
Yeah.
Walls yet today, so well, RNG is just like that sometimes. Though
Yeah.
it is unfortunate, because Broken Walls is one of the more interesting maps to watch overall here. Flying Clouds once again means that the early laning phase is a little bit more, there's a little bit more leeway to play around with if you happen to get a losing lane matchup, but it's still not ideal.
I mean, again, the impact is not that big of a deal as long as you be able to actually have the potential of too much of the minion when being pushed by your opponent, even if you come into the team fight early on with a flying cloud, you won't actually do so much of the effect to neutralize the situation. So again, it all comes down to the fact that you have to go in for that team fight that is already procuring out the game itself. And we saw it happens on Indonesia team or even on Malaysia team during the flying clouds on the first game itself, whereby no matter how much they come back with the flying clouds to actually push towards Malaysia team, Team Iran could not neutralize that minion wave because they keep on pushing and pushing and the turret just falls down immediately.
Yeah, you gotta have some way of handling pressure overall nowadays because there's just so many aggressive team compositions that are viable. Even the double fighter side lane, which is supposed to be more of a cheese strat, now becoming more of the conventional approach, means that early game is very, very important. And you gotta have a hero pool that's wide enough to be able to handle these sort of situations. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let us go ahead and jump into the draft. And already seeing some slightly different bans here from these teams.
Wow, previously we keep on Jushin as well as you've been taken out, but now we see Alice, Esmeralda, as well as Kimi been taken out. But the first pick coming out from Team Egypt is going to be Kiji as well as Lunox been picked out for the second hero. But on the side of Argentina, we got Lancelot been taken off, Baxia as well as Frederick, and Lapu Lapu as well as Gatot we've been taken out for the two heroes first.
Interesting. 3 junglers banned out by Team Argentina, including both of the viable tank junglers. So they might have done their research and are making sure that Egypt won't have an easy way into the Ube strategy. Lock in the Granger, so it looks like they're sticking with a more default scaling gold lane, but having the CC is a very scary thing for Team Egypt because this is just such a flexible hero. Even after multiple nerfs, it is still one of the best fighter gold lane options.
Oh yeah, definitely. And this is where the fine line we keep on seeing that. I like the fact that Argentina, knowing how Team Egypt loves to play tankiness, sustainability, jungler comes in, so they actually take down just a little bit of the pool. But now coming in for the second phase of banning, they took out Hylos as well.
Taking out Hylos is interesting. Makes me think that Team Argentina might actually want to pick up the E for themselves because the Hylos is usually used as an answer to the RWM, and so far Eve has not actually been banned. I'm actually kind of curious why Team Egypt got rid of the Alice and the Esmeralda, because CC and Lunox are both counter picks to those heroes, so getting rid of that means that they're planning something.
Interesting. And somehow we are seeing that Team Egypt, who they want to actually shut down, they might actually be able to actually shut down a little bit more of the mid laner because that still is in the scene for the Argentina to pick up. So Eve will be the next one to be taken out from the proportion, so shutting down even more of the pools. And again, we talked about how when it comes to Miz as the mid laner, she likes Vexana, but we don't know what is the hero pools of Neval because this is the surprise idea that we're gonna actually see, the surprise how do I say, item or factor coming off from Team Argentina itself.
The mid lane hero pool is already becoming a little bit narrow here. Kimi and Eve already taken out, Lunox taken away by Egypt as well, means that Farsa is basically the only remaining meta choice unless you count heroes like the Valentina. And right now there aren't very good ultimates on the side of Team Egypt to steal, so that's not particularly viable. I do like the Yu Zong ban though. The Alice is usually what you would use to respond to that in lane, so since Egypt banned that out very early, there is a chance that they're leaning towards that.
Okay. Banning phase. I mean, if we go against again with the mid lane idea, the fact that they want to actually shut down even more of the pool of the heroes, yeah, Farsa can definitely be one of the heroes that they can actually just take out from the equations, so that Argentina will have less hero that can get out. But no, they ended up actually sliding into the assassin side, which is Suyo.
Getting rid of the Suyo is interesting. Team Egypt maybe has some information that we do not. Now, I have heard that after the recent adjustments, some places have actually been testing out EXP lane Suyo. And it's apparently not been doing too badly. It would have been nice to actually get to witness that debut on this stage, but whether it's a jungle Suyo or an EXP Suyo, looks like Team Egypt is just deciding to take it out of the pool entirely.
I think because we did see from the previous ISF on 2024, Argentina did actually win against Colombia with Suyo in the lineup of the roster. So there's a possibility, like you said, they kind of know what Argentina is going to do here for the WEC 2025, so that's why they take it out. But Kagura been picked up by Argentina before the last hero pick.
Okay, that is one of the usual fallbacks when the more popular mid laners have been taken out. Now the Iritel and Grok going to be locked in by the side of Team Egypt. It is a surprise that Grok has made it this far through the draft. And as we already mentioned earlier in the day, Iritel is the classic Granger counter. So Egypt focusing on making sure they have good lane matchups.
I do feel like right now, Argentina is kind of surprised us off with the Kagura. I know for a fact that Kagura, when it comes to flexibility, it's kind of good with the... not flexibility, more like mobility-wise. It kind of being a little bit of annoying if you find a way to actually move around very quickly from one end to another end. That kind of gives a lot of advantage for Team Argentina. But last hero picks is going to be for the side of Argentina is Martis.
Martis making an appearance here, and this does look to be a typical jungle Martis for the side of Team Argentina. They've got a solid amount of mid-game burst, but in order to get there, it's not going to be an easy journey. And there's a lot of heroes that would be able to handle the burst potential of Kagura and Martis on the side of Team Egypt. Not too sure how well this will work out, but it is interesting to see a squad bringing something new to the table.
Definitely, we are seeing a little bit of, not to say unorthodox, but it is a little bit of different side from the team of Argentina. But we are looking forward to it. Like we talked about how this is their first face-off between each other. They've never seen each other from last year's ISF. So looking forward to see what's going to be like on Argentina. They were denied to go to the playoff because they were just 1 point shorter to go into the playoff because they were at the top 4. Compared to Egypt, they already have their history made last year. They are at the 3rd place. So can they make a difference here for 2025? Give a round of applause, guys, because this is going to be the 3rd and last series for our group stage between Egypt versus the Team Argentina.
All right, let's get things started as we jump into the land of Dawn. Once again, this is going to be Flying Cloud, and we can already see Miz taking a lot of abuse here. Gotta be careful there. Ooh!
Oh, coming off right now, they try to actually execute properly and able to get the first kill. Nana will be really shut down. Great exposure as well as infiltration coming off from the team of Argentina.
That was just a bit of a mistake coming in there from Team Egypt. Yes, they got good poke in on the Gatot, but they should be well aware that Miz is not going to be at risk of dying at this stage, especially with Revitalize still waiting in the back. Nana put herself way too out of position without access to Quad Shadow.
Now, as we see, that kind of overextension can give a little bit of the advantage for Team Argentina. Even on the start round right here, even though it's not that much, yet they are coming in through for the fight.
Gonna go in for the taunt once again. Vin in trouble, has to flicker out, just barely escapes on this Grok.
Barely escaped with a mighty swing just to pull away to make sure that Team Argentina does not do as much as damage. But again, it is still risky coming off from Team Egypt. Again, the overextension needs to be very careful. But now, moving forward, we do see Velvet all alone trying to zone out for her own lane right here. And it seems that out Miyuki with the turtle will be going out. But we do see right here as team from Egypt try to pull away and zone out team of Argentina.
And they're doing a great job of it so far. This is why Grok is such an impressive roamer nowadays. Those walls cause a lot of trouble, and Names actually able to get a 1v1 victory against Riza in the goal lane.
And the fact that right now, seems that Team Egypt raise zoning out, Erden Rapin right on the spot to make sure that Team Argentina doesn't push through. The overextension finally looks good, but now they're pushing in. Neval try to make sure that Nucci as well. Oh no, takes on the charge. Mighty Spring and had to pull away, but Quad Shadow comes through. Now Shadow Kill comes in a little bit more, but is it going to be enough for the damage? Go for the Shuriken, but no, one more hit, and Nana unfortunately won't be shut down immediately by Miss.
That was beautifully played by Miz, timing the taunt to the end of the Ogi shadow kill. And because Nana was stunned for so long, no longer had access to quad shadow to get out from that dive. So punishing the Hayabusa, 2 deaths already.
A bit of the extension of the diving comes in to a point that it gives so much of the opportunity for Argentina to backfire it again to Egypt. Now, the question is, if Egypt keeps on making mistakes, it actually gives the advantage to Argentina. But here the fight here for the mid lane. Urgent Rapid been put out to make sure that they don't give too much damage.
Oh, good disengage right there. Argentina, they've been able to pick off Nana twice, but their farm is still a little bit behind that of Egypt. And in terms of late game scaling, I do still have to prioritize Egypt just a little bit more since they have heroes like CC and Lunox around. Ooh, Miz!
Miz comes in and takes down Miz immediately by Nucci. But at the same time, right at the bottom right here, Neo does much damage. But Velvet just pulling away with a yo-yo, making sure that Neo does not goes into further line.
It's like they somehow managed to pick off Miyuki during that battle as well. So both junglers not necessarily having the best of times. So it ends up being fairly equal in that regard. But it is very important that they are able to start getting some kills in on Nuki and Names right now, because these are going to be the late game powerhouses of Team Egypt.
Kind of a lot of back and forth coming out from both of this team. The discipline, yes, we can see they try to maintain constantly, but at the same time right here, teasing off the turtle. This is going to be the second turtle, and it seems like they push into Names first of all. Names, too much, too long right here, and he's going to be held by Nana. Nana pushing for the shadow kill. Is it going to be enough though? But no, pull out with the AOG instead to survive it.
Argentina playing this discipline, playing this slow. They go in once again with the burst.
Going off with the tectonic charge, but at the same time, Velvet surviving it out. But even so, Nuji takes down Miz for the occasion, and Riza takes down Nana for the trace. But Names shuts down Miyuki, and now Riza just a little bit too close with a mighty swing by the Vivian. Takes down another one, 3-1, moving off the Egypt, the high advantage.
Vivian on the Grok, getting a massive 4-man tectonic charge in the middle of that fight right there. Set things up for Team Egypt. Even though they had already lost a little bit of ground earlier, Argentina's decision to try and recommit ended up putting them out of position and getting punished for it. Because of that, Egypt should be able to get this turtle quite easily, but Nana really needs to start minding her position a little bit more careful. This Hayabusa has already died 4 times.
I mean, not only that, the fact that keeps on trying to push to make sure to have that much damage, it's not gonna be easy, especially the fact that with 142 KDA, it gives a lot more damage or even much more of sustainable or even itemization for the team of Argentina itself. So again, with the second turtle given out to Egypt, yes, they still managed to actually neutralize the situation, and they do have the gap between the non-economy-wise. Argentina can step up, but here on out, Finn spotted out Miz overextension with the taunt, and at this instant with the tiny charge as well as Inter Rapid trying to push in, but Names will be taken out by Neville, as well as the fact that Neville will be prioritized by Vivian, and now Vivian will be pushed out by Neo. It's not going to do any favor, but Nana on the scene takes down Miyuki for 2-1.
Fortunately, the Mart is not really quite working out for Team Argentina right now, but gotta give props to Naval, somehow managing to get the pick off onto Names there after the initial taunt setup. Looking at the itemization so far, everything seems to be proceeding as normal. Nothing too out of the ordinary in terms of the item builds. The first items being completed on both sides. War Axe build for Miyuki means that she is trying to stay in these fights a little bit longer as this Martis. But this hero is just not what he used to be.
Yeah, and the fact that we are seeing that Irital having so much of a gap with the Granger, it shows how much that right now the gold lane is getting even more and more stronger by the time being. And Argentina, they need to step it up just a little. And at the same time, not right now, Team Egypt is just invading the space of Team Argentina. They don't realize that in mid, got 3 players now. Velvet, can they actually spot through? It seems that Miz comes in, pushing up for the taunt, but at the same time, tectonic charge come through for Miyuki, but it's not going to be enough though. Ended up AOG pulls through, does catch up one, but at the end, Vivian will be the victim.
And there's the double decimate, looking for one more. Names trying to run away. Miyuki wants to get the setup, but he's not able to do so. Gets pelted down in the end. Neo now chasing Names down, no more cooldowns. Irritel will eventually fall.
3 players against to be taken out by Argentina. Such a great neutralization from themselves, despite it was a little bit slow, but they did manage to pull through. And shout out to Miss to make that initiation. That was what is needed with the AOG. And even despite that, the Tectonica as well as the Earthen Rabbit has already defied it, it ended up in the gains of Team Argentina because Egypt couldn't do anything.
Team Egypt still holding the lead for now, but the goal difference is not that much. Team Argentina's late game scaling is still okay since they have this Granger around, though he is going to need to pull a lot of weight once the time gets to that point.
This is going to be the first lot in the hands, starting out for the mid lane. Right in front, it's a Rampage being put out. Try to Midas Wing with Breeze up. At the same time, going right into the back lane is going to be Miyuki, but doesn't get anyone, and they ended up discharge each other.
Unfortunately, with a comp like this, Team Argentina is very dependent on actually getting teamfight victories and pickoffs. They're not as good at controlling the map through macro, which Team Egypt can take advantage of. They have very high mobility heroes with some good iframes on heroes like Hayabusa and Lunox as well. It's a lot easier for them to rotate around the map. And you can see that is why Team Argentina is having some difficulty finding space.
And the fact that we keep on saying Vivian always open up the map, going in for the tectonic shot, gets two, but at the same time they pull away. But Miyuki doing his best, trying to actually hold out names, but unfortunately time goes in for Neo, takes down Vivian. Nucci will be neutralized by Neville, but at the same time right here, it seems that Team Argentina can just go in out for that 2 wins for themselves.
Very good counter-attack there from Team Argentina, and somehow keeping every player alive by rotating them out perfectly. That means that the Lord is not going to be maximized by Team Egypt. They're just going to try and see and get what structures they can. I do think that Neval so far has been the MVP for Team Argentina, being able to find these pickoffs on key targets in the middle of these chaotic skirmishes.
The fact that no matter how much setup that was done by Vivian, it's still not going to be enough once it was neutralized by Team Argentina. But going off for the invasion or even the conquering twice, domination is already been done by Egypt with 2 of the turrets from the top lane is already been shattered as well as the bottom. Now mid lane is right in the eyes of Team Egypt. Trying to go in, Vivian right in the grass. Can they actually do a surprise attack? It seems like they're just going to be a little bit disciplined, not to overextend or push it too much to the team of Argentina.
Yeah, it's not really an angle they're going to be able to assault from unless they're confident they can take the tower down fast, and that's not really what their team lineup is good at doing. But they can still heavily pressure Team Argentina by just standing in front of them, and this is giving space to Nana to get farm back up, to make up for the mistakes that were made by this Hayabusa earlier in the game.
Yeah, and the fact that the level or the difference between the kills itself is 9 to 10. Right now, it's a Rampage being put out right behind the turret. They're trying to push in straight with the tectonic charge, but then again, it's just to push away the team of Argentina so that they can get the turret.
Yeah, good positioning right there. We saw Velvet going into the backline and cutting the fight in half, basically not allowing Argentina to walk up to their tier 2. And creating a free space where Egypt is going to be able to take it down very easily. That means that there's no more external towers on the side of Team Argentina's map. And the next Lord is coming up in 5 seconds. It's going to be very difficult for them to find positioning necessary to even possibly contest this.
Even open up the map with their Earthen Rapid, spotted out Miyuki, trying to zone out to Miz as well as Naval. Right behind is going to be Nucci trying to be taken down by Neo, but at the same time, they're trying to make sure that every positioning will be divided by the team of Egypt. Somehow, Vivian without Earthen Rampage again, that stone just divides each other, and again, Argentina just pulls away, saying that nah, we're not going to actually be taken out by Vivian that easily. So this is creating a lot of disciplines measured between 2 of the team. But here on out, Neo tests it out. Oh, Tectonic Charge comes for 2, but they move away. 3 players straight away. Earthen Rampage put out, but Names takes down Neo immediately, and now Miyuki comes off for Names. IOG comes through, but doesn't tag shop anyone, and in the end, Neville will be taken out by Velvet, and moving on right now, Miyuki trying to survive it up by 4 players. Can he survive? He did manage to take down Velvet, but it will be surviving by Nucci instead, and this is going to open the lot in the hands of Team Egypt.
Team Egypt still does kind of come out on top in the end, but Miyuki was able to get some really cheeky kills with that Decimate there, especially the initial one on Names. That Irritel was the first one to go down on Egypt, and that meant that their consistent DPS output was heavily hindered, and that allowed Team Argentina to at least put some foothold in the fight. Unfortunately, with no one left alive, especially the jungler, they just cannot contest the Lord. That means Argentina is going to need to try and preserve the few remaining towers they have left.
Blue
And the fact that every time Miss tried to position in that AOG, it didn't catch up to the point that Team Argentina can actually revamp back to the team of Egypt. And this is where the crucial point, can they actually defend up for the second lot that is marching in? This can actually open up the inhibitor turrets. The fact that they already lost the holy defense, this is the question whether or not their base is going to be open for the team of Egypt to just invade.
Oh, Argentina pushing up top. Argentina has all of their members standing. They still have all their cooldowns. There is a possibility they can hold this back, but what will it cost?
Yep, turret will be taken out immediately. Law still marching. They can actually take down immediately as well for that lot itself, so they don't have any problem. But the Ravage been put out. Are they going to push in with the tactical defense? Nope. AOG put out. Doesn't get anyone. Miss in the midst. Will be taken out. Nope. He will able to be survive it out immediately. Take into the fountain to make sure that they will not have any casualties. So far, Team Argentina, great defense coming in from them. But at the same time, Egypt is doing so much damage. They can be able to actually focus more for the mid lane as well.
But they're still playing this very disciplined, very respectful of their opponents. I'm pretty sure they already witnessed what happened earlier when Team Indonesia nearly got reversed on because of a mistake of overcommitting into the base push. They're still gonna try and stick around though. Another tower will fall.
Again, I like the fact how Vivian opens up for the direct Tony touch. Nuji takes down Riz, a double kill for herself. And at the same time, Miyuki finds out Vivian, but at the same time, Nana takes down Neo. Now Name takes out Miyuki, living only Miz all by himself. Not able to go away with the AOG. Crystal will be immediately shut down in the hands of Team Egypt.
A beautiful tectonic charge coming in from Vivian on the Grok right there. Honestly, even I saw it when Team Argentina grouped up under the crystal there. I had a feeling that was about to happen. And my feelings were proven correct. A beautiful setup right into the follow-up from the rest of Team Egypt has secured them game number 1.
The fact that I have to point out, every single time Earthen Rampage, that stone was been put out by Vivian to differentiate or even to actually divide every single players of Team Argentina to move away very freely. And this is where the fine line how Team Egypt was able to tone down every mobility that is in the hands of Argentina. And that was just beautiful. The initiation was what made the game just goes into the hands of Team Egypt.
It wasn't the cleanest overall. There were definitely some points where decisions could have been made a little bit more effectively, where lives didn't need to be lost. But overall, the gameplay from Egypt was clean. They made the right calls, and they were able to execute on it together as a team. And those are the factors that allowed them to eventually make their way through and come out on top.
Agree, but this is just going to be the first point for the best of 3 between the team of Egypt versus Argentina. And we talked about how Team Egypt, we have to give so much credit to them because they've already had a lot of experience up their sleeve. They've just came off from the MWI as well, even though they did not manage to actually qualify to the grand finals. It shows how much of they've learned already from the experience from the last 6 months they played at Riyadh. Now, coming into WC, we talked about how Argentina, they were denied last year, and this year they're trying to prove themselves here for the group stage.
I think that Argentina's gameplay was not too bad, but the draft was already a little bit more difficult to execute since they are trying to play for a Martis, and then their side lanes don't exactly have the most priority, which means that their ability to rotate map early on is quite heavily hindered. And while they were able to punish Team Egypt multiple times for overextending, especially on the Hayabusa, dying twice before even doing anything in the game, they unfortunately weren't able to create enough opportunities for themselves because some of these heroes just don't quite fit into the puzzle.
Yeah, and again, this is coming off for how it should have been a little bit more straightforward because I think there was a lot more hero pools when it comes to the mid lane that was shut down. We had Kimi been taken out. I think that we talked about how Farsa was still a viable option, yet they didn't actually pick it up. They ended up picking up Kagura, which I think could have actually been chained up for another hero instead because that Kagura-wise, yes, mobility-wise with the umbrella coming in and back and forth, but it was still not enough. We did see a keynotes that how we saw from the side of Team Argentina, they managed to actually neutralize things, but it was only for the one fight only.
I personally feel like Kagura was a fine pick because a lot of the other meta mages were already taken out of the pool, so it's not like you have a lot of options anyway. And if you do go for something like a Farsa, then you just get dived by Haya or PC. So they probably wanted Kagura to have some burst, but also built-in escape. And I think that Naval actually got some really nice catches on this, but this is a hero that ideally requires a bit more setup, and they didn't really have that.
Yeah, and looking out for the 14 minutes, 29 seconds, 18 against 13 kills. And it actually started out to the side of Argentina. They had the numbers of the kills in their hands. And at the moment, the crucial where Egypt finally find their pattern, finally find their momentum, they managed to actually reverse back and getting all of the fights for themselves and giving so much space for Nana to actually step up.
Scaling on Egypt will eventually outpace that of Argentina unless they play it perfectly, and I think there were just mistakes being done on both sides overall. But here we can have a look at some of the key players that happened with Team Egypt basically taking up most of it. We have Nana as the Gold Hunter having the highest GPM, and then Velvet as well. On this CC, there is a reason why this hero is still permabanned even after the nerfs.
Yeah, and the fact that I keep on talking about how the AOG was not at the right place to be put out by Miss herself. And we talked about how previously she was from the mid laner, and I think there's a lot of things that she still needs to actually adjust herself, adapt from the roamer that she was done from mid lane to roam. So those are the crucial things that we are seeing. But again, with the damage that was dealt by her, it's still a lot with 144,327 taken. But best support coming out from Velvet with 9 total assists. This shows how much that Team Egypt is just doing really well for the first round. But our MVP for this first round is going to be the one and only Nucci.
On that Lunox once again, this hero being a sleeper hit here in the women's bracket of WEC, having very high burst, good ways of escaping danger, and just generally having a strong mid lane presence as well, since you're generally going to be able to sustain yourself, and if paired with a fast clearing roamer, can make a lot happen on that map. I think that Nucci was definitely one of the cleaner players there, even though maybe not quite as flashy as some of the big tectonic charges coming out of Fiven. You still gotta have the damage coming in, and this is where it was coming from.
Yeah, again, we did saw the struggle coming out from Nana try to actually go out for the last hit, but ended up it goes in for the backfire. This takes down her, and then at the same time, this is the tectonic charge that was released by Fervin to actually catch up 3 players, and that was the great zoning. Even though despite that Riza takes down Nana for the second time, yet it did manage to actually give a lot of space for Team Egypt to just shut down even more to actually revive back the whole entire team.
This is unfortunately one of the downsides of picking a draft that's a little less conventional. Positioning is not quite as instinctual as it would be with your typical front-to-back lineup. You gotta make sure you assign the correct people in the correct places. And because of those lapses in judgment, you do see Team Argentina forgetting to respect the positioning of this Grok a little bit. There were way too many tectonic charges that should not have happened.
And the fact that I think that Miyuki was keep on trying to go for the back line, trying to catch up names every single time, but been denied every single moment. And that's the crucial point where the fact that if you cannot catch up with the goal laner from your team opponent, this is where the fine line, the damage is just going to burst even more further to your own teammates.
Miyuki tried their best. This was honestly a pretty good catch, but then the final push with the 4-man tectonic charge just lined them up perfectly for Team Egypt to roll over. And that means they are now 1 game up. So far, all of the matches today in the women's bracket have been clean sweeps. The question now becomes, will it be the same all the way, or will we finally get to witness a team fight back?
I mean, it would be interesting if we have one team or one series that actually changed the course of our day today. Because the fact is, giving serve 2-0 doesn't actually give a lot of highlights for the opponent side, right? Because we see Malaysia on the highlights, we see Indonesia rising off to their own occasion because we've talked about how they are the champions, the reigning champion from last year, the debut champion of the first year WEC 2024. But now coming into this third series, I do want to see a little bit of good fight, a really intense fight by these two teams, not just by Egypt, but also by Argentina.
it's not gonna be easy, right? Because you talk about how Indonesia are the defending champions,
Yeah.
and because of that they come in with a bit of a gusto in order to reprise their role. Egypt is also last year's top 3, right? They got 3rd
Yeah.
place in WEC 2024. So that also means that they're eager to reprise their throne and even hopeful of making it further than last time. I will say their gameplay could have been cleaner. Definitely. Early game was not the best, but mid game started coming together a little bit more. Will they be able to fix up on that jumping into the next game?
And the fact that we talked about how Egypt sometimes always prioritize for the operation of Ube itself, but this is where we see like Egypt just sparks out our interest in saying that we're not just good at Ube, we're good at also the meta or even the orthodox gameplay of MLBB as well. So, and the fact that we did so much of the ban coming off from Argentina to take down a lot of the tank junglers proved that Egypt does not need to worry that much. They know for a fact that they can play around it. They are able to flex around even with the pool of heroes being taken out.
It worries me a bit because Team Argentina put a lot of focus into getting rid of jungler, and because of that, they allowed a hero like CC to get through the draft. And again, CC has been banned twice in the most recent patches and still remains one of the most oppressive laning heroes in the game right now. So I don't think you should risk giving that away. Maybe now that we're going into the next game, the teams might switch sides. So Team Argentina might have the chance to put that threat up.
Yeah, and the fact that we're going back to Expanding River, we talked about how we haven't seen Broken Walls at all the whole entire series for our women category. Well, it's okay. This is just the first day. We still have more women category coming up for tomorrow, which is day number 2. We're going to see the play-ins, those who were not able to get the free ticket, the automatic ticket to go to the playoffs. So hopefully we're going to see that Broken Walls maybe on day number 2 or even day number 3, because again, we've already talked how this is going to be a 5-day straight tournament of WEC 2025 here at Kuala Lumpur Quill City Mall.
Yeah, it's gonna be multiple consecutive days of intense MLBB competition. So if you guys like what you're seeing up on screen right now, then perhaps it's time for you guys to come over to the arena itself, right? We do have tickets on sale online. So if you're gonna want to join the festivities live in person right here in the heart of KL, we still got plenty of tickets out there for you guys.
Yes, sir. But I saw how the VIP for the grand final day for the 5th day is already sold out. Imagine that. The VIP tickets, okay? Imagine they already set up for the grand final. So, but the rest of the tickets are still open, so you guys have to grab it as fast as you can. So now let's take a look for our second draft here between Argentina versus Egypt. Ban-off already started for both sides as Lancelot been picked up by Argentina as well as Arlet. Now on the side of Egypt, they picked up Lunox as well as Lapu Lapu. I think we did saw how Lunox is really good in the hands of Nucci. She was the MVP somewhere. So if it's not broken, why fix it, right?
And we're already seeing some adaptations here, and the teams did indeed swap sides. So Argentina can continue banning out the tanks, getting rid of Baxi and Fredrin to avoid Ube, also getting rid of the Grok that caused them a lot of issues in the previous game. And since Egypt find themselves in second pick this time, they will need to get rid of the CC to make sure that Argentina doesn't get it. But it does mean letting through the Lancelot. And so far, the Lancelot players we've seen today have done pretty well with this hero.
Yeah, definitely. So hard to actually catch up the Puncher as well as Tonrose, and it shows how much mobility is in the hands of Lancelot. It's kind of scary if you pick it up. But to counter off to Lancelot, we got Fanny in the hands of Egypt.
Wow, a risky play right there. Fanny, still a very solid pick, but requires very high mechanical execution. Even compared to a hero like Lancelot, you get a lot less reward for the same kind of gameplay. So this is gonna be interesting. So far, Fanny has not been banned at all throughout day 1 because I think it's just not in the hero pools of most of these jungle players. The Team Egypt showing the world a thing or two.
Oh, I think for a fact that we know after the nerf itself, the steel cable taking too much of the energy, you have to time crucial moments once you want to use that steel cable. And once you already use it, you need to actually go back to your fountain, or you have to go back to your base to actually revitalize again. So those are the crucial things when it comes to using Fanny. So not much of the priority bans coming in from our players, but maybe Egypt can change things up. But then again, going off for the banning phase of second, as Hylos again being prioritized by Argentina.
Team Argentina wants to get rid of heroes that would cause a problem to their backline. I'm expecting them to still go in the direction of your typical marksman combo. Whereas Team Egypt bans out the Ruby. Now that is interesting. I feel like there was still a chance that Egypt could have grabbed it for themselves. But since they don't really have the skeleton of a double fighter side lane, they've already locked in Lapu Lapu. I guess they want to just get rid of that. Question is, what else might they be worried about? There is a good amount of heroes with CC that could make Fanny's life difficult.
I mean, like, we do know for a fact that there's a way to actually maneuver against Fanny's mobility-wise and slippery motion. But at the same time, Jushin, yep, definitely one of the heroes that can be taken out into the proportion, because with Jushin picking off heroes that we talked about, even though, yes, Fanny is actually quite quick to actually move away with the steel cable, but once the steel cable depletes the energy, it will be easy to catch her off guard. But at the same time, for the side of Argentina, they took out Carry, the true damage dealer right here.
Getting rid of Carry is interesting. Means that Team Argentina intends to bring at least one more bulky frontliner.
Yeah.
There is still heroes like the Hilda around. When you are dealing with a Fanny, you would typically want heroes that are very aggressive and capable of invading enemy jungle quite confidently and quite consistently. Hilda going to be the most obvious one of those, but you can also go in the direction of heroes like the Khalid or even assassin roamers like the Hellcurt. I don't think it's going to be Hellcurt because we already have a Gatot. But going Hilda or Khalid is still an option if Argentina is willing to play double fighter.
Is there a possibility for Kufra to suddenly pop out right here as well?
I mean, Kufra is a classic Fanny counter.
Yeah, right?
But I don't think he's reliable enough anymore. You just straight up want single target lockdown.
Yeah. Okay, noted there. And we do see that Egypt, before the last hero pick, they took out Iritil. I think pretty much we saw how names were very, very dominating. So again, things that are not broken should not be fixed. Just stick with what you know and what you're already confident enough. This is what we see from Egypt. But on the side of Argentina, we got the Moskov right here for the goal lane.
Moskov making an appearance. Now, this hero used to be very meta, but after changes to the gold lane and the way that they farm in general, it just doesn't really feel like he does enough damage anymore. He is a classic pick against the Fanny since you have ways of getting away from her and even stunning her if positioned correctly. But it's a risky one, and they're pairing it with a Kimi as well, so Argentina is going for a very late game comp.
And now, with the last pick coming out from Egypt, it's going to be Guinevere. I mean, this is very interesting from the both side of Team Argentina as well as Egypt. I mean, risky from Egypt, Argentina, quite not to say unorthodox, it's quite actually straightforward coming from them side compared to what we see from the from the first draft itself. Now we see second draft, a little bit of, how do I say, improvement from the choices of the hero itself. Do you agree on that?
Yeah, I think so. I think there has been some adaptation coming in here from Team Argentina, and they're going to be looking a little better, a little bit more solid overall from a lineup perspective. But this Fanny could change a lot of things. The Guinevere as well is very dependent on skill level. And previously, the gameplay from Team Egypt was not the cleanest, particularly on the Hayabusa. Now that Nana is on an even higher skill ceiling assassin, will it be something different entirely?
I mean, for a fact that, yeah, SOD for a while is coming out from Team Argentina. Maybe they want to actually have that diving composition very quickly for the mobility. But that's just us saying it, analyzing all those saying for both of this team. Now it's up to them right here for the last series of our group stage. Let's give it up for Team Egypt versus Argentina.
Once again, for anyone who might just be joining us right now, Team Egypt is 1 game up. And so far, every single team that has taken game 1 today has gone on to sweep the series. Team Argentina going to have one final chance to maybe deny that at the end of the women's brackets on day 1, but they instantly go aggressive.
Oh, they go aggressive indeed. And the fact that Vivian had to pull away, make sure that still survive it out. Even at the moment, trying to crucially give out Neville, but at the same time, Torn comes through. No team will be the one to be taken out by Miz as well. Now Bessie attacks Fusion by the side of Neville, trying to go in, but Vivian will be able to move away with the flicker on the side. No, actually not flicker, on the side of skills-wise to make sure that she survives it out.
There really is no reason for Team Egypt to be trying to force that trade right there. Yes, Lunox has good sustain, but you're dealing with a Kimmy and a Gatot with Revitalize. It's just not worth the trade.
Yeah, and the fact that you know so much that the damage will be even more deadlier to Naval's side once she has that stack. So don't need to be pushing too much, but at the same time, right here, Puncher comes through! And Miyuki takes down names!
You can definitely see that Team Argentina's got a bit of a bone to pick after their previous loss, and they understood that Team Egypt was not the most stable in the first few minutes. So they're taking advantage of that right now and already setting themselves up.
And at the same time, trying to go in for the Torn. Got to pull away to the side of Vivian. Now, Team Argentina, they're getting more desperate with the side of trying to actually hold out Nana's positioning as well as movement, but they're not going to be able to catch her up very quickly. Now, this is going to be the first turtle dance to be made, and it seems that Argentina is already putting a mark for themselves.
Argentina ideally want to blitz this. They know that Nana doesn't have purple buff right now, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They take the first turtle of the game. There would have been an option to try and invade if they knew the timing on Nana's purple buff. It looks like they will just go ahead and steal camps on the opposite side of the jungle instead.
And the way how they are trying to make sure that there's no invasion coming off from the team of Argentina, it's quite good, but again, the gap-wise coming off from Team Argentina is still quite big. But here on out, goes out for the infiltration and managed to take down Miz immediately. That's one kill right here in the hands of Team Egypt. But at the same time, Puncher comes through, Miyuki doesn't get anyone in the process. And now, Nana comes in, but doesn't manage to actually go in all out, and now had to pull away.
Good Phantom execution there. The iframes on the landslide gonna make it very difficult for Fanny to actually catch up. The 1v1 between junglers is heavily skill-based. And so far, Miyuki still showing a slightly better mastery of her hero as compared to Nana. Now, nowadays, Fanny does ideally want 1 to 2 items before she really starts popping off, but she also wants to get proper setup. So that means Vivian, once again, needs to be able to find big AoE Violet Requiems in order for the rest of Team Egypt to feel comfortable engaging.
The fact that right here, it seems that Torn comes through to Vivian. No matter how much Team Egypt try to make sure that they survive it out or try to actually just neutralize the situation, Team Argentina just pulling away, trying to make sure that they just shoo every movement of Team Egypt. And that's what Argentina wants. No invasion, no overextension. We're just covering every grounds that we have here for our territory.
Team Argentina so far has been doing a good job of playing it aggressively. The goal difference still isn't all that much. It's about 500 gold in total, which is a perfectly manageable gap, especially when you look at the late game scaling on Egypt. It's still pretty solid. Both sides do have marksmen to play with. Argentina, in fact, has 2. Combined with Lancelot scaling is also quite scary. Both teams have the chance to play for late game power spikes once their item builds are complete.
Agree, but here on out, Vivian trying to push out. Somehow, one comes in. It's going to be Nana, takes down Neo immediately, but shuts down right in the middle with the turtle. Going to be contested out, but they managed to actually go in. Naval, a bit of overextension, will be taken out by Nana as well. 2 kills in the hands of Nana, but this is a miss, unfortunately, trying to survive all alone, but it is going to be torn off one by another. They managed to survive it out by names, gets the kill, and this is going to be a free turtle in the hands of Egypt.
Team Argentina had been doing such a good job of controlling their pace up until now, but they went a little bit too far with this turtle. Oh, hold on, Miyuki wants to steal it!
Ooh, steal comes through from Miyuki, and not only that, even though with the steal, Nochi comes through for the trade.
They lose Miyuki in exchange for the turtle. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think it's the most worth it. It was a great steal, but Egypt have instantly reversed the goal difference there. And Team Argentina has to be aware of this. They just don't have enough burst damage right now. They have 2 marksmen. They need to wait a little longer before they can commit to a full 5-man fight. Because of that, Team Egypt got way too much advantage from that previous engagement.
The fact that Nana doing well all by herself, able to actually clear out the waves right at the top. Team Egypt looking more sturdy than ever. Started out a little bit of jitter, started out really a bit rocky side, but then again, teams of Egypt finding their foot here on the ground. But Team Argentina, looking forward to Team Egypt's rotation. It seems that they spot it out, and Team Egypt, they gotta be aware of it. No matter how much they try to actually go out for the team fight, Team Argentina is also aware. And somehow Miz comes through. It seems that Velvet is going to be attacked it out. Somehow she will be the one who had to move away. And with AOG pull out, did get Velvet, but can survive it out. She will be put out with all the support. And Riza takes down Velvet immediately, leaving off only one player left. But Names shuts down Riza for the trade. And Nucci, no! Will be able to get double kill to Miz as well. So much of the potential of Vivid comes through into the dummy composition and pushing up to 4 kills in the hands of Team Egypt.
A beautiful chain of events coming in here from Team Egypt, slowly but cognitively destroying and dismantling every player of Team Argentina at once. It initially looked like a good catch. They even committed the AOG in, but Lapu Lapu is such a slippery hero and a lot more durable than you'd expect. Velvet went down, but bought enough time for Nuki to re-engage with the Brilliance and drop everyone low enough to be cleaned up by the scattered forces of Team Egypt. Winning that fight allows them to take another turtle, and now the snowball officially begins.
Wow, finally get the last turtle in their hands despite they actually lost. But here on out, AOG comes in, does get Vivian, but it's not going to be enough though. Team Egypt moves away without any casualty whatsoever.
It was a good final slash once again, but there's just not enough follow-up right now. Team Argentina's fallen behind.
Oh, Miyuki will be caught on guard! Takes down my name immediately. 4v1 situation, can't be done anything.
That is rough right there. Miyuki had been doing such a good job up until now, but the damage scaling has snowballed so fast, and Riza even gets taken out by Nana in the top lane.
Every single counter has been done by Egypt. Vivin, Nate actually has the damage, but at the same time, Vevel comes through with Nate! Comes in with a Neville, will be shut down immediately, as well as Miz could not do anything to counter it off.
Oh, Team Egypt really hitting their power spikes now. I think they've hit the item timing that is the strongest for them. And Team Argentina wanted to avoid this timing as much as possible. It's even come earlier than you would expect at the 8-minute mark because of the mistakes that they had made in the previous couple of skirmishes. We've now reached the point where Team Argentina just has to play the map. They might be forced to sacrifice bodies just to make sure that Naval and Riza can at least get some farm somewhere. But even then, they're dealing with heroes like Fanny and Iritel.
Look at that. Velvet just comes through right on the front line, trying to steal away Neo or even Naval. But at the same time, right here, Miyuki, Pancho comes through. It's not going to be enough, though. Launch it off with the side of Vivian, just a little bit perilous. And moving on to the side of Miyuki, just going off all the way. And will be taken out by Nucci immediately. And now Nana comes in, try for the dive, but then again, pulls away.
Really like the rotation resources coming in from Egypt. You can see that they're starting to feel a lot more comfortable on this stage, making less mistakes. They had a slow start.
Oh, dive! A great job coming up from Nana immediately. But at the same time, AOG comes in. But no! With the Mind Activation, immediately shuts down Neo as well as Devil. And now coming in with another kill in the hands of Egypt. It's going to be 4 kills in the hands of them. And now, pushing off only left Riza.
There's really nothing left to say. Team Egypt is playing this perfectly. They are calm and composed, but they know the opportunities that they can take. And they're just pulling the rug out from underneath the feet of Team Argentina at every single opportunity. Whenever Argentina thinks they've gotten a pick off, it is their backline that's being threatened.
SOD try to pull, but at the same time, it's not going to do anything as it will be too risky for Riza to go for the steal.
For a moment, I did think that
Yeah.
she might consider it.
Yeah, right?
Because of how low Nana was. Might be worth it if you can get the Lord and a kill on the Fanny, but
It's a
just,
risk, you know?
it's just too much to ask for.
High risk, high reward if she managed to do it though. But then again, there's a lot of players also around the side of Team Egypt. Then it might not be fruitful even though they go for the steal anyway. But at the same time, right here, as a lot march in, seems that as the mid lane is already open. Team Egypt, let's see how they're going to actually set this up. As Miz, right at the front side, trying to clear off. Tons comes in, but at the same time, Velvet trying to figure out whether he's going in for the push. But as Miyuki is quite preoccupied right at the top, Lord will be taken out immediately and gives a little bit of space for the team of Argentina to beat.
It is only the first Lord of the game, and the Holy defenses were still standing on both of the other inhibitors, so Argentina are able to hold on to this without too much trouble. But without those defenses anymore, Egypt can actually stick around, and it looks like they will choose to do so to contest the inhibitor.
Oh, Velvet comes in for the diving. Nana takes down Naval with name shots down the turret, and it's open already. Miyuki in the danger zone, goes for the punch to survive it out. He did manage to survive it out, but AOG comes through for the side, and NOG takes down Maze immediately. 3 players still surviving. Riza comes through. Is it going to be enough? No, he will be also be taken out now with damage touchdown. 2 players will be immediately triple in the hands of Nucci, leaving only Dio, the last woman standing, and also having a difficulty problem to be surviving out, will be immediately shut down. It's going to be a total wipeout in the hands of Team Egypt.
Crystal's now wide open. Naval trying to pull the minions away, but not able to do so. The damage is too much. Team Egypt secures yet another clean sweep in their first match of WEC 2025.
Now we are going to give it up to our winner of the 3rd series to have their interview session with our most beautiful host, Rose. And I feel like that was just a beautiful fight. I think there was a lot of back and forth coming off from Team Egypt as well as Argentina. There was a lot of answers come through, but somehow it was just not enough. At the end of the point, we did see Egypt was able to actually reverse back the idea because of the power spike.
Yeah, I think that second half of the game really proved to us why Team Egypt were the 3rd place finishers last year around. That was just beautiful gameplay, excellent execution, and I'm really interested to see what they will have to say because we have our interview ready on stage.
Thank you very much to our casters, and congratulations on such a dominating win to Team Egypt. And right now I am with Velvet and Names. Girls, congratulations. That was such an amazing win. How are you feeling right now?
Actually, I'm feeling happy and waiting for the next matches.
Oh, now I heard that you guys got to Malaysia around 2-3 days ago. And I know that there is definitely a time zone different compared to back home. So are you experiencing any like jet lag? Is any of you guys feeling sick? How are things adapting to Malaysia?
No, we're not. We're fully immune to anything.
Oh, you're immune to anything. I think after such a performance, a lot of people could consider you guys as a dark horse this WEC 2025. Is there anybody in particular that you want to meet or that you idolize?
I think I want to meet Indonesia.
Oh, do you have any particular player that you're friends with?
Indian, you want? No. Actually, we know each other from last tournaments, but yeah, they are friendly too. So we wanted to meet them because we met them last year, so we want to meet them again.
You guys want to meet them again. Now, there's so many different regions here. And of course, Malaysia. Is it your first time in Malaysia?
Yeah,
it's both of your first time in Malaysia. So have you guys been playing like ranked games?
Eh?
Rank in ML?
No,
yeah.
no.
Oh, no. So you guys haven't tried the Malaysian meta on rank yet? Not yet. Will you guys be open to trying it soon?
Maybe.
Maybe.
If we could get the chance.
Yeah, you guys should definitely play rank. I'm pretty sure you guys will experience the Asian hospitality on Mobile Legends rank later on. And you know what? Going into the matches tomorrow, how are you guys preparing for it? Because it's quite a tight schedule, no?
Yeah, we know the schedule. Actually, we just scrims and take a rest here to be in the full energy in the meta.
Just screams and taking a rest.
Yeah.
Perfect. Any difficulty finding screams in Malaysia?
No, particularly, no.
Not particularly. It's quite easy.
Yes.
You know what, girls? Congratulations on such a dominating win. Thank you so much for chatting with me. And with that, let us show it back to the casters to analyze what happened in this clean sweep.
Thank you, Rose, as well as Team Egypt. Congratulations for that clean sweep. We thought that there was going to be a change of course for our 3 series of women category, but turns out we are going to be served 2 donut the whole day. But this is just the first day. We have our second day of the play-ins, and we're still looking forward to see what's going to be like behind the scene, because this is not like the ultimate full result of our first day, because behind the scene we're going to know whether or not after the single round robin between all the 4 groups of 12 teams fighting it off, who will be the top ones to move automatically to the playoff and those who have to fight tomorrow.
And that was probably some of the cleanest gameplay we've seen all day.
Yeah.
Actually, the combos, the execution, the timing, the follow-ups were just excellent coming in here from Team Egypt. It looked a little concerning when they started off the series, a little bit shaky, making mistakes, not just in game 1, but early on in game 2 as well. But once that mid-game rolls around, this team really finds its stride.
I mean, okay, we talked about how Vivian was really good with Grok in the hand, right? Let's talk about how she was able to dominate every single initiation with the mitigation in the hands of Guinevere, right? That's the moment where every single players of Team Argentina was just caught off right at the start with the airborne coming through, and they couldn't do anything. Even with the fact that Miyuki from the start was able to actually have a good momentum from them to actually have at least control to the side of Argentina. At the end of it all, Egypt was just right on time for their own power.
Yeah, I actually really like the way that Vivian was playing on this Guinevere, because she was not just setting up the initial fights by finding the first target. She was also re-entering after a duration, looking for opportunities to catch people off guard when the fight was already ongoing. And despite being in quite a commanding lead, still decided to go for the Winter Crown, which is typically a more defensive item, but using it aggressively in order to dive towers and find pickoffs where normally they would be defended by their teammates.
Yeah, and looking out for the key players, we got names as the Goal Hunter with 821 GPM. The GOAT is going to be Nucci. Yet again, she was already the MVP for the first round. Now she is the GOAT with the 54,307 total damage. Miss, yet again, the tanker, the one who actually had to bleed right in the front line, but it was still not enough to actually give a good setup for the team of Argentina. And Vivian has the best support with 17 total assists.
This Guinevere did not die a single time the entire game, even though it came close at certain points. But just dancing around that death is a key point of a good roamer, and because of that, she comes out as our MVP for game number 2. Again, 0 deaths, 1 kill, 17 assists. GPM is not high, but she's a roamer, so that is to be expected.
Yeah.
And going for a second item, Winter Crown, when you're in a leading position is really insane to me, because you would normally get more bulkiness to just stay in fights longer. But by going for the crown, she's able to find catches in unexpected positions.
And those are the things that actually have the game changer, the game maker coming off for the team of Egypt itself. They know for a fact that once Lancelot was picked up, it was actually a good move coming off from Argentina. But then, as we move along for the last 2 heroes, actually, those are the things that we were questioning whether or not it was going to be enough for the initiation to survive it out. I think, again, Miss, I do see that there was a little bit of improvement with the AOG. She did manage to catch up, but here's the thing. The only person that Miss was able to catch up was Velvet. And you talked about how Velvet, Lapu, she can sustain herself on her own. And that's the crucial part when it comes to Team Egypt. If you actually catch up the wrong, how do I say, not to say victim, but more to say target, it gives a lot of opportunity for Egypt to just go back and reverse back all the situation.
Yeah, I was already a bit concerned when I saw Team Argentina go for the Kimi and Moskov as the final 2 picks.
Yeah.
When you already see heroes like Fanny and Iritel coming out from the opposite side, Lunox as well. All of these heroes hit their power spikes way before you, have higher mobility than you, generally better sustain and utility overall, and you're still committing into a late game composition when you don't have enough lockdown to deal with them. I think they unfortunately made the bad call in terms of their second half of the draft, and Team Egypt was able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, but we're not going to actually put down, at least there was a highlight of how Riza was able to actually do a little bit of the killing for herself, but that was just only one. And that's the question is, like, how much can you actually put out with the Moskov in your hands? Damage-wise, yes, we do see that Neval was able to guard out or actually control that mid lane, but as much as possible, at the end of it all, Team Egypt were just able to maneuver from all those damage, and they find out a way to just break off the formation that was done by Team Argentina. So that is the wrap of our last series women's category for our WEC 2025. But we're not done yet for the day, because we still have 2 more series to go to wrap it out our day 1, with Lafell and Husky just waiting on the line to actually come in and change our shift.
In fact, second half of the day is going to be in men's bracket,
Yeah.
that we've already brought up multiple times. And I imagine there's a lot of people back at home that are particularly interested in that side of the competition, right? Will we get to see any new meta changes? Since a lot of these players have already made this name for themselves on the international scene multiple times.
Yeah, and not only that, we're going to actually see our host country for the first series. It's going to be Malaysia. So let's hope for the best for our man category. Don't go anywhere, because we're going to have a short break. But right after this is going to be man category for WEC 2005.
At every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit iesf.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Tak data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you can tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit iesf.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. true ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfall, send the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made, you ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said, I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's, if it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk, I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Ternyata data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak pelan data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Coin in the waterfall, send the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made, you ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said, I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's, if it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk, I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit iesf.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit iesf.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Tak data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit iesf.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Tak data? Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
Toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. That you could tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon, Red One Mobile kan ada.
coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25. For results, streams, and more, visit IESF.gg.
To be in the zone, gamers need true support. One that's in sync with your body at every angle. Takes your weight without pressure. Fully adjustable to cradle your spine and adapts as you shift in your seat. True ergonomic alignment to achieve your perfect gaming form.
Data habis? Jangan risau. Tukar ke Red One Mobile untuk data pantas 5G Extra. Nak peran data telefon? Red One Mobile kan ada.
In the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
iCrew. Every champion starts with one moment. Activate your place in the world of esports. Compete, manage, track, dominate. Everything you need in one platform. Gear up for WEC25 for results.
Represent Iran and show the world that Iranians have great potential in MLBB.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the World Esports Championship, where this is going to be the battle of the countries. And we would like to invite everyone from all over the world to check out the MLBB Showcase. My name is Fel. Alongside with me is Husky. And I got to say, Husky, in terms of what make international events so refreshing is the fact that we can see many different styles and flavors coming in from different countries, regions, nations. But I don't know, it kind of feels like at this point, the meta kind of figured itself out.
Yeah, in a way, right? Like me, I'm a big lover of food, and meta is like cuisine, right? You get different flavors, different tastes from all across the world. We have witnessed some amazing games in the female category, and now we go into the male division with our opening best of 3, Malaysia against Iran. And Malaysia were the defending champions and also the host country. I'm excited to see what we can bring to the table. But on top of that, I want to see how Iran can challenge Team Malaysia.
Speaking of which, that is going to be the opening match for this one as well. Malaysia going up against Iran. And like you said, Malaysia is the defending champion. A bit of change of roster here where Goja's not playing and it's going to be Momo. But Iran coming in. And this is going to be a big surprise for all of us, including the Malaysian team. Because the thing about metas is that it can really catch you by surprise. Because I really feel like we're in a spot where almost everything is playable. So that means that almost everything is counterable. So if Malaysia is not ready, hey, Iran might be able to get an early victory against them.
Yeah, this is like a melting pot right now, right? The variety is a lot more flexible, a lot more versatile than we have had in many seasons, I would say, right? The viability of interchangeable roles and heroes you can pick has been, I think, amazing to say the least. There are definitely some quirks that I feel like can be fine-tuned, but that aside, looking at how jungler has evolved, looking at how fighters have been put into the gold lane more often, and how some marksmen are still finding relevance despite it being such a fast-paced meta, makes it feel like there's always chance for an underdog story.
I mean, because you said it's fast-paced, this means it is very decisive. So this is going to be the biggest challenge for every single country here playing, is that how decisive are they whenever they want to make that call, whenever they want to go for that turtle fight, the Lord fight. And we even saw a backdoor earlier coming in from Indonesia, where I think even for them, we're like, okay, this is much tougher than we thought. We can't just have a clean team fight. We just got to end it by a backdoor by Shell on that Ruby, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and we also saw some pretty great mechanical prowess from some of the contenders on stage. We saw Banny gameplays as well, which is something very rare nowadays, because it's a hero that either gets banned out or you just don't really get the chance to showcase her skills. But what we saw was nothing short of brilliance, and that is also credits to Team Egypt for bringing us that sort of excitement on the stage, which for me, I want to see if Team Iran can bring the exact sort of momentum, right? Because if I remember correctly, they weren't part of the MLBB division last year, but now they get a shot and showcasing what they're about.
And in that kind of situation, I kind of feel like one of the things that they have to make sure that they are on par with going up against the defending champion is definitely that mid trio, the roamer, the mid, as well as the jungle, because Sakai, Yumes, as well as Stormy, they have a lot of international experience. So even if they haven't really gone up against Iran, I feel like they've gone up against multiple different styles, where even if, say, the first 3 to 4 minutes feels a bit awkward, but soon, I really feel like with their experience, they can adjust.
Yeah, and that's something that I feel like is very integral to most pro players nowadays is the adaptability, right? How fast can you adjust to adverse situations? And the mid trio that Team Malaysia kind of brings to the table has already shown time and time again that that experience is going to carry them kind of across the finishing line in most situations. But I also am optimistic to see what Team Iran has to bring to the table, because I'm all for a big surprise, right? If they can catch their opponents off guard, that is going to make this even more exciting.
And now we got to talk about the MLBB Open division here. We got to talk about the prize pool to see. Yes, they are fighting for the pride of the country, but also we got to talk about the money here, where the champion will be going home with $32,500 US. Second place, $19,500, and third place, $13,500. So still quite a lot of money on the table for the teams here.
Yeah, the nature of competition, there's always going to be a winner that walks away with the biggest slice of the pie. But to get to that point, to get to that sweet, sweet honey pot at the very end, it's all about beating the odds and overcoming challenges. And let's take a look at the match schedule and what is coming up for everyone out there who is tuning into this broadcast. We are done with the first two best of three. So now we are waiting for Team Malaysia to go up against Team Iran in this third best of three. And later we will close out the evening with Team Indonesia up against Team Kazakhstan.
Yeah, and definitely Malaysia and Indonesia are the regions that we are looking forward to, where unfortunately for this time, Philippines was not able to qualify. So this is quite a rare occurrence where a world championship, an international championship, where unfortunately the Philippines will not be here. So we're definitely going to see how Malaysia and Indonesia coming in from Southeast Asia, which is the more prominent region for MLBB, how they're going to perform. But more importantly, if there's challengers. Like personally for me, I'm looking at Turkey, right? Yeah. Turkey, their lineup is incredibly strong, and I do want to see how they adapt with this double fighter meta.
Yeah, even outside of WEC, we have met that roster plenty of times on the international stage, and they have been proving that they are a contender. But let's take a look at Team Iran's lineup heading into this best of three. We got Anders, Kaisa, Lucian Philip, and Runaway. And you mentioned about that mid trio, and they are now on the screen, right? We're looking at how Kaisa, Lucid, and Runaway is going to be able to match up to Team Malaysia's tempo.
I would say a lot of the pressure is actually going to be on Runaway, because we see junglers all the time where Kaisa, yes, is going to have a hard time getting the neutral objectives, but as a roamer, you're really the one setting up for potential plays moving forward. So I'm really looking at Runaway, how he's going to be able to deal with the Malaysian team, which they are on screen right now. It's going to be Momo, Sakai, Stormy, Aloliel, as well as Yumes, where Yumes, Sakai, and Stormy are from the same team. Aloliel and Momo are from different teams, but merging together to represent Malaysia.
Yeah, and all of them has long-standing histories prior to this. They play with each other and against each other at some point in time. And aside, except for Momo, the other four won 2024 last year as well. So this is going to be majority the championship roster from 2024. I personally want to see how the Covenant YSS trio is going to put up a show. We've already cemented that fact just in the latest season. And we all know how quickly these players gel together.
Yeah, speaking of which, even though Philippines isn't here, but I saw online there's a lot of support from the Philippines for Malaysia, because Coach Arcadia is there to help them out. But we are going to be looking at, because we were talking about the mid trio, right? In terms of the meta, it really hasn't changed that much, but I feel like it is enough to give incentive for Iran to figure out something with the changes of the fighter emblem, giving hybrid lifesteal instead of spell vamp. So, hey, maybe there are some changes in the jungle or EXP that could surprise the Malaysian team enough. And again, come with the victory, because you don't have a lot of chances here in the group stages. So you really want to make sure that you get as much wins as we can. And then right now, between Malaysia going up against Iran, this is going to be an amazing match to start off the MLBB Open World Esports Championship. So let's check out the trailer here between Malaysia going up against Iran.
We came here to represent Iran and show the world that Iranians have great potential in MLBB.
Your champions for the WEC25 IESF. Let's hear for Malaysia, everybody!
last season we have Gorgeous on the SP, but this season we have Momo. So we just excited to show that our new lineup.
They are very professional players. They're the host, last year's champion, and they have participate in many events, in many international events.
Oh my.
And now with the trailer being done, the stage is set. Let's welcome onto the World Esports Championship stage, coming in, representing Iran.
And their opponents, the defending champions of the World Esports Championship 2024, here to take on center stage is none other than Team Malaysia!
And now both teams are on stage. Malaysia going up against Iran. We will have a fist bump between the teams to show sportsmanship between the teams. And now this is going to be the first official match of the MLBB Open, where we're going to see Malaysia. Are they ready to defend their title? And their first opponent is going to be Iran.
It's going to be the building blocks to a greater and brighter future down the road. Of course, it all has to start with step one. Doesn't matter if you've been to the top of the world before, every single tournament you start at the very bottom. And as much as the odds are already seemingly in favor of Team Malaysia, we always are looking for a challenger, something to prove the doubters wrong. And Team Iran could just be that missing piece, right? Give us that good impression at the start of the series and maybe set us up for an unpredictable group stage in the coming days.
Because again, this is all about the mentality, Husky, here, because knowing the players, there's always this level of pride and ego that they bring in every competition. And it's a very different feeling where you're going and representing your team, your club, and now you're representing your country. And we know that every single country is very serious about this World Esports Championship. So they're making sure that they're sending the best of the best. And that is quite a lot of stress on all the players, where they just got to perform every single time they're on stage.
It was something that was also echoed by Team Malaysia's coach Arcadia, and last year he also led Team Malaysia to that trophy. I think it was an interview where he talked about how he wanted to be the one leading the Philippines, but he was tasked with leading, a different country to victory. Does it mean any lesser? I don't think so, but it kind of really showcases the pressure put on someone, right? Especially when you have to represent a country itself. You put your differences aside and work towards the same goal.
And now Iran, I would say the pressure is more in Malaysia compared to Iran. So I'm really hoping they use this time to get comfortable on stage, because if they're in a very good position, a very good headspace, that will allow them to actually be able to make plays like you're basically at home, which by the way, they have traveled all the way here. I don't know how long that travel time coming to Malaysia, but it is going to be quite an adjustment here, Husky. The difference in time zone, weather, the food. This all is like small things, but hey, it could really impact how you think about the game.
Yeah, and I think it's also a matter of perspective, right? A lot of people would say that, okay, if you are the host country, you have home ground advantage, but at the same time, you're also having a lot more eyeballs on you, right? People who come to the venue are here for you, and the expectations is, 3-4 times higher. We do trust in these players to bring out their best, but for me, I think most importantly is how that game is going to pan out, right? Sometimes you could kind of chalk it up to be a warm-up match, right? You kind of get your hands warm, get a mechanic, in place. But without further ado, it's time to look at the map selections, and we will get Flying Cloud for Game 1.
Yeah, which means that for the side laners, it's going to be pretty good for them. In case if they're using a losing matchup, it's not that punishable. And we even saw earlier where Flying Cloud's leading really make sure in the female tournament just now, the laning phase nothing was really punished. In the team fight, I don't see too much usage of the flying clouds, but hey, I would say this map is pretty dynamic. We thought it would be much broken than it is.
Yeah.
It's a good thing that it's quite balanced-ish.
It has its perks.
It has its perks,
It has
yes.
its moments. So I would say that just now when we ourselves were playing some games, because I was on the far side, I never used the clouds once the whole game because I could just wings by wings. But it's an isolated case. Let's head into the drafting phase and see what teams have cooked up for us. So Arlet banned by Team Iran and Team Malaysia taking out the Baxia.
And this already shows that Iran has quite a lot of information on Malaysia because Momo, even though not a part of SRG in the Malaysian MPL, but even in his own team MV, we see that a lot of teams ban out his Arlet. Even against a losing matchup, Momo finds a way to make it work. So I really like the approach of Iran here, going for the targeted ban on the EXP of the Malaysian team. And then Malaysia go for the safe route, right? Banning out that Baxia. Because no matter which role the Baxia is in, it's gonna give it's gonna be a headache.
Yeah, and it's also a lot of respects to Sakai by banning out the Fanny. It could also be sort of like a more generic approach to the ban phase since Team Iran is on that blue side. Either or, I think
value in me?
I think the approach from Team Malaysia is, like you said, you're going